Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call this January 25th, 2021 meeting of the Bloomington City Council to order. Welcome to everyone. I'd like to start our meeting as we always do with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'd please rise and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you much. As I said, welcome. Hope you all had a good weekend. Got a full agenda once again this evening. That'll take us to item number 3, which is the approval of the agenda after we do a roll call. Ms. Christensen, if you could please call the roll of the City Council.
Thank you. Councilmember Beloga. Councilmember Beloga.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Carter. I don't see her online yet. Councilmember Coulter.
Present.
Councilmember Lohman.
Here.
Councilmember Martin.
Present.
Councilmember Nelson.
Here.
Mayor Busse.
Here. We have 6 of the 7 members of the Bloomington City Council present, and I believe we're expecting Councilmember Carter, maybe not with video, but certainly via the iPad without video here shortly, I believe, but we'll have to wait and see. So we have 6 of the 7 council members, and with that, let's move on to item 3, which is the approval of tonight's agenda. Council, any changes or suggestions regarding tonight's agenda? Hearing none, I'd look for a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Martin to approve this evening's agenda. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter. Still don't hear her chiming in yet. Councilmember Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Busse.
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. We've got an agenda for this evening. Up next is item 4, our public comment period. And if this is the first time you're tuning in here in 2021, we have moved public comment period up in the agenda right after the approval of the agenda. And one of the first things that we do, just to give it a bit more of a set time for folks. So if you're looking to comment during the public agenda, you know exactly when it's going to be, right around this time, shortly after the meeting starts. And a little bit more control over when it would start. And lets folks who would like to chime in and then get on with the rest of the evening the opportunity to do so. We start with a response to last meeting's public comments. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Good evening. At the previous city council meeting, we had one individual under public comment, Ms. Linda Fletcher. She was actually commenting regarding the Verizon issue, and so her question about materials being received was answered for her, and therefore there's no other additional follow-up for public comment this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Verbrugge. That's item 4.1. Let's move on to item 4.2, which is the actual public comment then, which is a 20-minute period that we conduct at each council meeting to give residents and participants up to 5 minutes to discuss anything not on tonight's agenda. And as we always do, we'll be keeping time, so the 5-minute time limit will be followed, and we'll also not be going, it's not a back and forth between the council and the callers. It's rather we're taking input from the members of the public, and if we have the opportunity to follow up at our next meeting, we certainly do that, and we follow up and answer any questions. Again, if we have to provide any basic factual information or correct any inaccuracies, we do that as well. But for the most part, it's not a back and forth between the council and callers at this point. So, Ms. Wilson, do we have anybody on the line for our public comment period? Item 4.2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our operator tonight is Leah. Leah, do we have any callers that wish to speak to the council on agenda item 4.2, the public comment period?
Anyone who wishes to speak, please press star 1. We now have David Clark. Please go ahead, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Busse and City Council members.
Good evening. Welcome. If you could state your name again for the record, just so we have it officially.
Sure. My name is David Clark, and I'm an 18-year resident of Bloomington. I'm a business owner, and I've owned my home here since 2003 when we moved here from Minneapolis. I've known Natalie Morose for over 12 years and have known her to be an upstanding citizen of our town. On January 4th, Natalie brought forth a number of concerns to the City Council, including a comment about the rope hanging incident at the fire department. Her only point was that the city seemed to want to take advantage of that incident to prove how woke the city is, and yet she was accused of stating that the city actually planted this rope. That is not what she said. Ms. Morose has asked for a public apology from the City Council members who publicly questioned her character, including you, Mr. Mayor, and yet none has been received to my knowledge. Responses by City Council to public comment are usually reserved until the next meeting, as you just stated, except for small clarifications, and yet your responses went way beyond that. I'm asking for a public apology to Natalie Morose at the next meeting to set the record straight. Another concern is the lack of community engagement around the Verizon tower expansion. The city currently has a number of residents unhappy about the noise there, and adding to this facility will only increase the noise concerns. Just because the noise is currently within state guidelines does not make it acceptable. Instead of approving of the expansion, the council should have been in touch with residents and helped them to contact the state legislator to change the noise laws. The council is supposed to represent residents and their neighborhood. In my neighborhood, Penn Lake, we've seen a similar disregard for public outcry, with over 600 residents signing a petition against the condos on 86th and 10. And yet the property was rezoned to medium density housing in a low density neighborhood. The citizens' concerns were not taken seriously. Finally, it recently came to my attention that the City of Bloomington organizational chart, does not have a line linking it to the mayor and city council anymore. That is a change from a previous org chart where there was a line linking the cities to the mayor and city council. This may have been an oversight, but I'm curious, why the change? Why is there not a line directly linking the mayor and city council to the residents of Bloomington, indicating accountability? Residents and taxpayers like myself are increasingly noticing these things and connecting the dots, and we are going to make our voices heard, respectfully, but firmly. We, the residents and taxpayers, ultimately decide what is best to our city, and you all do work for us. We delegate our authority to you, but decisions should always follow the will of the citizens. And there seems to be a pattern of disregarding citizen input, and a much better job needs to be done by the mayor and city council members in this regard. So questions for the city manager for the next city council meeting. Why was the Verizon tower even considered when we already have noise complaints? Number two, why was there a rush to rezone the 86th and Penn property when there were over 600 signatures on a petition to keep that from happening? And third, I'm asking for an apology to Natalie Morose for mischaracterizing her comments on January 4th regarding the rope incident at the fire department. And while you're at it, we would like an update on the investigation into that incident. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you very much. We will have the comments and the reactions and the responses to your questions at the next meeting. Ms. Wilson, is there anyone else on the line?
Leah, do we have other callers that wish to speak on agenda item 4.2?
There are no other callers on the line. Please continue.
Thank you.
We have no other callers on the line, and so I stated at our last meeting that what I'd like to get in the practice of, as we get to the end of public comment when there's no other callers, that we simply move on. I think Councilmember Lohman brought up the point that until people get used to it, perhaps we should leave it open for another 15 minutes or so, or through the extended time of the 20 minutes. And so what we'll do, we'll run it through this month of January, where we will make sure that we extend it and make sure that people who have an opportunity or who would like to speak do have an opportunity to come forward and speak. So what we'll do is we're going to leave this open. We'll leave it open through the consent business, and then we'll make one more final call for any callers for item 4.2, and then we'll close the public comment period. Sound reasonable? All right, sounds good. With that, we'll move on to item 6, which is our consent business. And Councilmember Coulter, you have the consent agenda for this evening.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. I do indeed. I believe I heard back from everyone, but I just want to make one last call. Nobody had raised anything to me, and I don't see anyone jumping to unmute themselves here. So That being the case, we do not have any holds this evening, so I will move the entirety of the consent agenda items 6.1 through 6.10.
Second, Councilmember Loman.
We have a motion by Councilmember Coulter and a second by Councilmember Lohman to accept our consent business as stated. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga,
Aye.
Carter, Coulter,
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson. Councilmember Nelson.
Aye.
Thank you. Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 for the consent business. Passes, 6-0 for the consent business with Councilmember Carter still not with us this evening. So we will make one final call then. If we could double back to item 4.2, Ms. Wilson, if you could make one final call for anyone who would like to address the council on items not on tonight's agenda as part of our public comment period.
Leah, this is Chris. Do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line as of the moment. Please continue.
Thank you.
No callers, and with that, we will close item 4.2, our public comment period. And we will move on to item 7 in our agenda, our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances, and item 7.1, which is a resolution for the Verizon wireless expansion, which is a major revision to the final site plan at 10801 Bush Lake Road. Now, we first looked at this on December 21st, and then followed up again on January 11th, and we directed the staff to bring back a resolution of approval for this motion, for this matter. And I will turn this over to Mr. Centenario to lead us through this, but as I said, we've had this twice before us, and did in our quasi-judicial role, looked at this and considered it in a variety of different ways, and now looking tonight at the resolution of approval. Mr. Centenario, good evening, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. 7.1 is, again, as the mayor just introduced, final site and building plans for an expansion of an existing telecommunications facility. More specifically, that's Verizon Wireless. For the council and the folks watching, the major revision of final site and building plans is a single-story expansion on the north side of the existing Verizon Wireless facility. It's outlined in green here. And there's been a lot of feedback and commentary on this development. Namely, the concerns about noise and odor, and a lot of commentary on the existing noise at the facility. But just to touch on the chronology that we have here, we had several planning commission meetings where we heard public testimony, both from residents as well as the applicant and their consultants. Ultimately, the Planning Commission did approve this project on November 19th, given that no zoning variances or conditional use permits that require City Council approval were needed for this project. But we do have a 3 business day appeal period, and the project, that approval was appealed. And so first council consideration was on December 21st, which was then continued. And then the last council meeting on the 11th, the council ultimately directed staff to prepare a resolution approving the project, which is for your consideration tonight. One other item to touch on is the agency action timeline. This is the time period within which local government must take action on development applications. And we have up to 120 days. That 120-day deadline was December 29th. But the applicant did extend it to the end of the month, January 31st. So given the council meetings, action is needed by the council this evening. We got some additional feedback from residents, and we are recommending a minor modification to one of the recommended conditions of approval. It is condition number 14, and it relates to specifically to the MPCA noise limitations. And so again, city code is preempted by state regulation, and those regulations are predominantly housed in Administrative Rules Chapter 7030. But these things can evolve over time, and they tend to become more restrictive over time. So we wanted to ensure that if that is the case, that the conditions essentially follow the regulations as they evolve. And so we are recommending a minor modification in red to include the language as they may be amended from time to time. So with that, we are recommending approval, subject to the conditions and code requirements that were included in the resolution in your packet tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Centenario. Council, any questions of Mr. Centenario this evening? And Ms. Wilson, you've got my screen covered, so I can't see if there's any hands up right now.
My apologies.
Why don't we go with Councilmember Lohman and then Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Lohman.
Yep, I just wanted to clarify that that revision that we made, that addition to the condition 14. And I just wanted to be sure, because I had some questions where I had some phone calls and some emails about if there had been a change at the state level, that this would be implemented there at this particular site. Is that my understanding? And is my understanding correct? And is that what the public should understand that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Lowen, the intent of the condition change would be that if there was a regulatory change at the state level, more specifically, if there were noise restrictions or noise rules that became stricter at some point in the future, this development would be subject to those standards. And so, this is something that we'll be mindful of, and certainly would need to communicate with the property owner that there's some additional restrictions they have to comply with.
Thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to follow up on a question that I believe staff has seen with regards to a continuous noise monitoring system or some way to ensure compliance. I know we had testimony from the applicant that they would meet the standards. There was testimony from those opposed to this that that they might not under certain conditions. And so I think the request was made that we would have a condition to require continuous noise monitoring to ensure that this facility is in compliance with that state law. And I'm just wondering if someone from staff can talk to that, about why that was not included, and if it is something that we can include.
Mr. Centenario.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, yes, we did acknowledge that feedback and the suggestion that continuous noise monitoring be included as part of a condition of approval for this project. We did consider that, and ultimately we are not recommending the council include that condition of approval for a couple of reasons. One is that it is not a code requirement or contemplated in the zoning code. In this particular application, we're dealing with final site and building plans as opposed to a planned development or a conditional use permit that affords additional discretion. And a continuous noise monitoring system is also not required through the state, which preempts local government. So because it's not a code requirement either through the city or the state, and the level of discretion is rather low, we did not feel it was an appropriate condition to include in our recommendation.
All right, then, given that, I have a follow-up question. Without that continuous monitoring, how do we ensure that this building, this location continues to stay within compliance of state noise rules?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, we are recommending conditions of post-installation monitoring, and that will be in coordination between the applicant, staff, and of course we will encourage MPCA to engage in that post-installation testing. The way the facility would operate, the noise is pretty stable because it is a 24-hour operation. And so we feel that if post-installation testing determines that they are in compliance, we have a level of comfort that it will remain in compliance.
Great. Thank you for the answers. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Coulter.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. One thing, just to sort of add to begin with, first of all, if you hear music in the background, that's my mother-in-law playing with my daughter. But to Councilmember Nelson's point, I recognize obviously it's not part of the city code now, and we may even be preempted by state rules. But I think in instances like this, I think it's worth at some point in the future thinking about, this project is not obviously above state standards, but it comes awfully close. And I think in instances where it comes as close to, the noise limit, that it might be worth considering some way of ensuring that it doesn't edge above it. So that just an initial thought there. But my question is also about this amended condition. I think is it number 14. So let's say hypothetically sometime in the future that the rules are amended and noise standards are lowered. What kind of turnaround essentially are we expecting? So hypothetically in the future, because I think this is a question the neighbors would ask, if the noise standards are lowered, how quickly would Verizon have to respond to that?
Mr. Centenario, any
Mr. Mayor,
thoughts on that?
Councilmember Coulter. Yeah, to be totally forthright, I don't know. I don't know what sort of turnaround we would be able to expect. With any really meaningful regulatory change, there's always going to be a period that property owners and facilities have to bring their facilities into compliance. It's not something that happens in a week or maybe even a month. So hopefully, if and when these rules do change, we'll also get some guidance from the state as to what a reasonable timeline would be. But in terms of what we can expect today, unfortunately, I don't have an answer.
Thank you. I think that's a fine answer. I think I think that's just something that we need to be aware of is communicating with residents about the process involved with rule changes and how that might move forward. And then I do have some comments, but I wonder if it might be better for me to wait and see if other folks have questions before I move on to that.
Council, any additional questions? I am not seeing any, so Councilmember Coulter, if you have additional comments to make, I think the floor is yours. Councilmember Coulter?
Thank you. I just briefly wanted to address sort of some of the concerns that I have been hearing from folks. And, obviously I spoke to a number of them when the last time we had this in front of us. But, the first thing I want to address is that some folks have asked, even one of the public commenters tonight asked, why has this moved forward? Well, the short answer is that Verizon is the property owner, and as the property owner, they have rights to, if they want to seek an expansion of the facility on the property that they own, they are allowed to do that. And they followed the process set forward in our city code and in state law, and they did that. So that, this didn't move forward through initiation by the city. This moved forward because Verizon initiated it within their rights as property owners. And the other thing I wanted to speak to, because I think there's been some confusion about this as well, is that these noise standards are not set in state statute. They are set in Minnesota state administrative rules. And the process for amending rules, as has been laid out previously, is, well, it's administrative. In this case, it would be undertaken by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. So, legislators can work with the MPCA, but ultimately at the end of the day, rules are not adopted by the legislature. They're not passed in bills that are signed by the governor. This happens entirely administratively. So as far as the work that our Bloomington legislators may be involved in, it would be more so working directly with the MPCA in their sort of oversight role, rather than actually drafting a bill. So I just wanted to be clear about those points and clear about what our role is in this sort of quasi-judicial, as the mayor mentioned, this quasi-judicial authority.
Thank you for the clarification, Councilmember Coulter. Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also just wanted to make a couple of comments here. I also was called over the weekend and there were a few emails and I wanted to just make some clarification. Like Councilmember Coulter, he mentioned in terms of a quasi-judicial process that we're in, it's different than what we get to do as council members. And sometimes that can be confusing because in a sense, our body wears several different hats. I can think earlier, either this month or late last month, we've had so many meetings, but we had come together as a council and looked at how our industrial lighting standards were set up. And we changed those standards because of some of the things that we had seen that was going on with those lights going into residential properties, their property. That was the legislative process or the policy-making process. The role that we have here and what we need to do here with this particular case has to do with looking at the evidence and looking at the policies that we made in the past and making a determination on whether or not those fit those standards. Certainly, there are those folks that are in the neighborhood that disagree with those standards that were set up. And unfortunately, this council has been preempted from making that type of policy change at the state level. And so we are not able to change those noise standards at all. We need to look at those noise standards in this particular case, make a conclusion, and then make a decision based on those rules that are there. I was asked to have a look at the evidence and to see if I could come to a different conclusion. And I have to say that it was a good exercise to walk through it again and have a look. But I cannot come to a conclusion that those state standards that were set up from a noise perspective would be violated. And I personally believe that if we were to take this to court and or to support what the residents here, one set of residents want, we would get the city in trouble because there just isn't enough sufficient evidence to be able to get to that conclusion in this council member's opinion. I do not see how this case is similar to Martin Luther Manor, really in any respect, other than there's a dispute among the neighborhood and that they would like to see a different outcome and they'd like to see a different change there. So with that being said, I'm not able to make a change in my opinion, but I think the standards that staff has put forward around this condition 14 will help get us to a point where we can be in a better place. No doubt in my mind that there are problems there with noise. My service on the Noise Oversight Commission at the airports tells me that. We have these types of experiences. It's something we're going to have to work at the state level to be able to, from a policy perspective, change. This is not that time right now to have that discussion about that policy. And I want to be clear that would not be germane or appropriate. So with that being said, Mayor, I intend not to change my vote, and I look forward for us moving this motion forward, and I'd be happy to do that when we get that opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. I see Councilmember Martin and then Councilmember Beloga. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I won't reiterate what my colleagues have said around us being really boxed in by state law on this, but I do want to say I've had some great conversations with folks that are over in the neighborhood, folks that have spent a lot of time doing some very technical homework on this issue. And just moving forward, I'm hoping folks stay engaged in this in a couple of different areas. First, as we'll talk about later tonight, coming up with the strategic planning, there's a real conversation to be had about how we're more purposeful with our zoning code. Why it is that one of the largest remaining industrial areas in our entire city is across the street from residential, which seems like the root of kind of this entire issue. So I hope folks will stay engaged in the strategic planning process and really help us to address how we're not running into this in the future and be more purposeful about zoning. And additionally, again, kind of through that strategic planning, whatever form that ends up taking, around transparency and engagement, some folks I was talking to in the neighborhood there brought up, we understand a lot of stuff going through Planning Commission is very, very technical and is pretty straightforward, but we would have loved to have had this on the radar earlier on to share some of this very, very detailed information. and maybe be able to shift that conversation sooner. So again, there's a variety of ways that we can do that, and I'm sure we'll have that conversation, but please don't let it sit at just this. Let's keep this in mind while we're working on that broader plan too in that area. And as Councilmember Loman mentioned, now is not the time to really dive into it, but just again, as we're working with our partners at the state level on this and a variety of other issues, how can we encourage as much autonomy as possible at the city level to be able to set standards for just environmental health and safety generally, noise being one of many of those issues. So I think our hands are obviously tied on this one due to state law, but I'm hoping that folks that are engaged on this issue will continue to be so, because the root issues that we're seeing here tie into a lot of the work we're going to be doing for the next strategic plan.
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to recall about 9 years ago an event that has already been brought up by council members Lohman and Martin, and it is the Martin Luther Manor expansion request. Similar set of circumstances, an expansion, fundamental underlying bedrock kind of issue, how that expansion impacted the neighborhood. The parallel is that in both cases, staff recommended that the proposal be advanced and that there would be legal consequences if it were not. That was a different time. We had a different city attorney, a different set of staff members in planning to the greatest extent. We had a different city manager. We had a different mayor. We had a different council. But what that council did was say that our neighborhoods are important to the city. And what that council did, as Mayor Bussey, who was also on the council at that time, will recall, said, this is just the right thing to do. It's the right fight to have. We don't know what the outcome will be, but we feel that it's appropriate to take the action to advance the cause of that neighborhood. In one, we were talking traffic. This one, we're talking noise. I can't support this proposal, and I will respect the opinions and comments of others, but I can't support any proposal that's detrimental to the neighborhoods of Bloomington or its residents. And I really ask that all of you look into your heart and make the choice after you consider how this does impact the residents of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Beloga. And I appreciate you bringing up Martin Luther Manor. Yes, you and I were on the council at that time, and I in my mind, the significant distinction there was traffic as opposed to noise, but noise can be measured specifically, and it is measured specifically in this case. And unfortunately, it's difficult, if not impossible, I think, to say that this would be injurious to the neighborhood by definition by the state, because it meets the state standards. I mean, it's as simple as that. Could we say it's injurious to the neighborhood based on our own belief, our own thoughts? Yes, that's possible. But in terms of state law right now, it's saying that it's not. And I'm afraid we have to disagree on that, Councilmember Beloga, just because as much as I think, yes, this will, as I've said 3 other times, I think noise is insidious, and I get that, and I understand that. But the facts that we have in front of us, the decisions that we're expected to make, the findings that we are expected to make, that the Planning Commission made, that we are expected to make, I think we, just based on those findings, we can't, in good faith, reject this. And if we did, yes, we would end up in court. And then it becomes a question of, do we put the financial burden on the rest of the city, the rest of the residents of the city, based on this one issue? We've got to look at it at a little bigger case in terms of what we're doing if it's best for the city of Bloomington. And unfortunately, in this case, I think it's an issue where we would be on the losing side of any litigation, and I'm afraid we just can't. It just makes no sense to do that. It's a sad situation, but that is the case, I believe.
Mr. Mayor, counterpoint.
Councilmember Beloga.
And I'll let this go for the next speaker or to a vote, whichever it is. But again, I feel that in that case, if we went back and looked at the records of Martin Luther Manor, the principle underlying was basically similar, although it was a different manifestation. The manifestation there was traffic, which still met the requirements of residential local streets. It was less than 1,000 vehicles a day, as I recall. So it met the requirements of all of the ordinances. And similarly, Verizon does. Now, I won't disagree other than that, but I think that's an important distinction to make. We never know how rulings will come out. The recent Supreme Court ruling on organized collection is a prime example of that. And I think this is, again, one of those kinds of situations where if we care about our residents, this noise issue impacts all residents, not just the ones across the street or near to Verizon. And I have a very difficult time. This is not a law, as Councilmember Coulter said. This is an administrative procedure. This is where bureaucrats within the state of Minnesota sat down and thought about it. And I understand it's a difficult process, but I disagree with how they came to the conclusion to measure solely and strictly the noise generated by a specific proposal rather than the cumulative noise that inflicts itself upon a geographic area. I think, again, that's just wrong, and it's a case worth fighting. If we win, I would be very pleased. If we lose, I would certainly accept that graciously. But we'd never know unless we conduct the effort. So, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Councilmember Beloga. Mr. Verbrugge, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Recognizing the similarities of the current issue to the one that's being referred to, they both did involve neighborhood livability issues, but the biggest and most salient fact is that the Martin Luther Manor issue was a conditional use permit. And in considering a conditional use permit, the city council has a much greater amount of discretion in granting CUP. In this prescribed review process, there is much less discretion for the city council.
Thank you for the clarification. Council, I think everybody has had their say on this. With that, I'd look for action on item 7.1.
Mayor, I'd be happy to make that motion to adopt the resolution approving an approximately 17,000 square foot building addition to an existing data center facility located at 10,801 Bush Lake Road, subject to the revised conditions and code requirements included in the resolution and for the reasons set forth by the city council.
Mayor, I actually had some additional comments if I could.
Why don't we have a motion on the floor that if we can get a second, then we'll certainly take your comments, Councilmember Nelson.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman on item 7.1 and a second by Councilmember Martin. Opening up for discussion now, Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First thing I wanted to say is I just wanted to thank our staff on condition 14. That was a recommendation from someone in that would tie this to changes in the state rules regarding noise. I think it was excellent recommendation by that individual that is impacted by this. And I think it goes to show how our staff does work with residents and listen to them. And I appreciate that it was incorporated into there. Also, just want to thank my fellow council members. I still do oppose this, but I respect where those that will likely vote in favor of this have been very, very thoughtful, have listened, and I just hope that people, residents in this area and throughout the community, don't view what they're doing as not listening, not respecting the residents in that area. I think that all of them have voiced their concerns with this and look at the bigger picture of working with the state to see if there's relief there, working on our own zoning more proactively to take a look at these issues. You know, the reality is that the hands of the city are largely tied on this issue. And sure, we could willingly invite a lawsuit, maybe a viable path, but I do think it's a very reasonable and respectful thing to try to avoid lawsuits in the city as the city council. What I see is, will this exceed the noise standards? I can't definitively say that, yes, it violates the state law. What I can say is that it might. We had good information from a resident who's an engineer in that area who brought forth some things that say, in my mind, this might exceed it. And for me, that may be enough. I'm also concerned, and one of the reasons I don't support this is I'm just not sure that warehousing is the right land use. And we've talked about that previously in terms of looking at actual data centers and things like that. I generally would think a warehousing situation would have a much lesser impact on the neighborhoods and residents around. So those are the reasons that I don't support this. I just want to put that on the record, but I also just wanted to say that, you know, I respect where everyone's coming from on this. It's a tough decision, and thank you to all of those that have been engaged on this issue. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Beloga, I see your hand is still up. Is that a new hand or is that an existing hand from your previous comment?
My bad. I did not take it down. So
Just wanted to make sure we didn't leave you out in case you had an additional comment. So,
thank you for that.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Lohman on item 7.1 and a second by Councilmember Martin. Council, if there's no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Nay.
Carter? Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Nay.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 4-2 on item 7.1. And I'd like to echo the other thanks extended by our council members. Thanks to staff for their work on this. Thanks to the neighborhood for coming forward and thoughtfully and carefully and respectfully bringing forward the complaints and the concerns that you have. It definitely was heard. And I'd like to thank our fellow council members for the good discussion we had on this and the thoughtful decision-making that did go into it. So thanks much. Sometimes it's not always the most comfortable or the most popular decisions that we make sometimes, but I think we got to a good place with this and a good place in terms of it was a good sound decision based on the facts that we had in front of us as we were working in our judicial capacity as council members. So thank you all. With that, I'd like to call item 7.2, which is another resolution, and this is a resolution based on racism as a public health crisis. And if you recall, council members, back in August of 2020, we first talked about this, I think, at a study session. And then on November 30th, shortly after Thanksgiving, we talked around a draft resolution that staff presented on this topic. And now they're bringing it back with an amended resolution. It incorporates council's feedback on that they gained from this November 30th meeting, and we will be talking about it. So let me see. I believe our racial equity coordinator, Faith Jackson, is going to kick us off on this. Ms. Jackson, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Bussey. Actually, Diane Kirby is going to kick off the presentation here today for us.
I'm never sure. As I see all the names and pictures pop up on my screen, I'm never sure. So, Diane Kirby, good evening, Ms. Kirby. Welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we don't have Diane at the moment.
We don't have Diane at the moment.
We have Mr. Junker present, if you would like to go to the next 3 items, they should move quickly.
Why don't we do that? Council, if you would be okay with this, if we could just kind of set aside item 7.2 for the moment, and we'll move forward with items 7.3, 4, and 5, which are licensing issues that I think we should move through fairly quickly, and we'll see if we can get Ms. Kirby on the phone. Councilmember Lohman?
Yeah, Mayor, I was wondering, I know that one of our colleagues, Jenna Carter, was a big supporter of this. I'm just wondering if there's any chance that she might be back in this meeting. Have we got any updates on that? Because if that's the case, I wonder if we'd be willing to move this down even later in the meeting so that she might have the opportunity to either comment or even move it herself. I just wanted to throw that out there to you, Mayor, and the rest of the council, if you thought it made sense.
I appreciate your concerns, Councilmember Lohman. We did get a text from Councilmember Carter that she will not be with us this evening. She's got an unreliable signal from where she is, so she won't be joining us. So, as I said, appreciate your concern and your comments because, yes, Councilmember Carter has been a driver behind this, but she's not able to join us this evening. So are we okay with picking up, Ms. Manderscheid, help me with the official language here. Are we officially putting it on the table for just a moment here, item 7.2, while we deal with 7, 3, 4, and 5? And then I can come back to it.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. Mayor members, it would probably be cleanest if you would make a motion to move item 7.2 until after item, I think Doug has a couple of them.
Till after item 7.5, perhaps?
Yes, that would probably make the most sense.
Diane's here.
Sure.
And I'll second the motion that you just made, Mayor.
Very good. We've got a motion and a second to move item 7.2 in the agenda to after item 7.5. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen?
Thank you. Beloga?
I have my
Councilmember
hand
Bullock.
raised, and I don't think the mayor saw it. As a point of order, we're amending the agenda that we already approved. Is that what we're doing?
Ms. Manderscheid, what's the official language here? Are we just simply tabling this for a couple of minutes, or are we amending the agenda officially? What's the official language here?
Mayor members, it is true that you did amend the agenda. Typically, that would be moving things around as well as adding things or removing things from the agenda. We often use it to move something, to the beginning of the agenda if it's a later numbered item because of a variety of different reasons. In this instance, we are simply moving it because we didn't know when we acted on approving the agenda at the very beginning of the meeting that we would not have the speaker ready at this time for item 7.2. So if you want, you can hold it over until until after 7.5. I think that the important thing is that everybody understands what's happening. And as I understand it, the motioner and the seconder desire is to table, whatever word you want to use, item 7.2 until after item 7.5.
I'm fine with that. I just wanted to understand the legislative process and reordering the agenda after we had already voted it in.
Mayor, point of order.
Councilmember Lohman.
I don't want to make this a huge Robert Rules of Order night, but it's my understanding of Robert Rules of Order, if we did change this and someone were to call the orders of the day, that we could lose that agenda item if we don't go back and suspend the Rules of Order in order to again, re-amend the agenda. I don't think that anybody here would do that, but I just wanted to point that out. And I just want to make sure that my reading of Rules of Order are the same as the attorney.
Ms. Manderscheid, any comment on that?
Mayor members, you certainly can suspend the rules to do that if you'd like. If you'd like to move it prior to take any action to move it, because you have approved the agenda. Your particular rules of order are silent, so we would defer to the 900-page version of Robert's Rules of Order. So if you'd like to suspend the rules prior to moving it, you certainly can do that as well.
Well, actually, Council, now that we've litigated this to the point that Ms. Kirby has joined us, I'd look for, I'm not even sure who made the motion to retract the motion, and we can just move on with the agenda as stated.
Mayor, you made the motion. So,
I did. So I will retract the motion. Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. I had forgotten I made the motion. So I'm retracting the motion on item 7.2 to move it, and we will simply move forward with item 7.2, which is, again, a resolution for racism as a public health crisis. Ms. Kirby, good evening and welcome. See what you do when you show up late, Ms. Kirby. My goodness. Yes.
So. Well, it's a good run through on Robert's Rules of Order.
It is.
So appreciate it. Thank you. Having a few problems logging in, but appreciate your patience. Thank you very much. So we are here tonight to talk to you about racism as a public health crisis. And I am just going to pull up my PowerPoint here. And if I can just share that, I will go ahead and do that right now. And are you seeing my PowerPoint yet?
Yes, we are.
Okay, perfect. And you're seeing just one screen then, I assume?
Correct.
Then we're in good shape. All right. So Faith Jackson, our racial equity coordinator, and I are here to revisit the issue of racism as a public health crisis in Bloomington. So you will recall that we originally came before you back in August of last year to ask you to think about racism in another way, as a threat to the health and well-being of the members of our Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities. And this health threat really became apparent last year as COVID-19 has disproportionately affected our BIPOC communities when it comes to both the number of cases and deaths. Back in August, we highlighted a unique opportunity to focus on this issue by taking a holistic public health approach to this crisis that reimagined how the city dealt with health disparities in its BIPOC communities. And key to this approach was adopting a resolution declaring racism as a public health crisis in Bloomington. So let's talk about then back on November 30th. So on November 30th, we followed up on our August conversation with you. At that time, staff presented you with a draft resolution for your consideration. We also shared a potential roadmap with you for how we might tackle the underlying determinants of health if a resolution were adopted. Staff recommended that the first phase of that roadmap be the development of a racial equity strategic plan in collaboration and consultation with the broader communities, recognizing that the city of Bloomington cannot do this work alone. At that meeting in November, Council asked for more information on the racial equity strategic planning process, in particular, how an external consultant would be used to facilitate this process and the funding stream for this work. You also requested that we incorporate more Bloomington-specific data into the resolution and also find out more details about the school district's Safe and Supportive Schools plan. So now here to update you on your questions and requests is Faith Jackson.
Thank you, Diane.
Good evening, Ms. Jackson. Welcome. Diane, if I could ask you, if you're controlling the PowerPoint, could you put that into presentation mode, make it just a little bit bigger for the folk? There you go. Perfect. Thank you so very much.
All right.
Ms. Jackson, thank you.
Thank you. That's good for my eyes too, Diane. And so as Diane mentioned, we talked about a lot of different things at the last meeting. And so since then, staff has met with the Assistant Superintendent in the Bloomington Public Schools District, Jenna Mitchler, to discuss the Safe and Supportive Schools Plan, as was requested at the last meeting. In that meeting, we learned that the school's Safe and Supportive Plan, a resolution actually, is really focused on embedding racial equity throughout some of the curriculum and practice and programs within the Bloomington school system. But currently, they have an emphasis on cultural proficiency, and the cohort of staff are moving through some learning activities with the consultant, really thinking about how they provide some culturally responsive education and learning and curriculum to the students in the district. In addition to that, a few weeks back, the city manager identified the funding stream for the immediate resource needs. That was during the January 5th council study session. Also, staff added that Bloomington specific health disparity data that was requested. And so there was an item that was added to the resolution so that that information was incorporated. And then lastly, staff decided to add one additional recommendation to the draft resolution. And that was to approve the new racial equity section in the city's legislative policy. And so staff, we made that addition because the new revisions to the legislative policy, sort of the spirit and intent behind those revisions are in keeping with the overall content and sort of the spirit of the racism as a public health resolution. So we think those two things are connected. And so we would encourage the staff to approve of that revision and incorporate it in the resolution as such. And so at this point, we can stand for any questions, and if there aren't any, we would request that the council take action and declaring racism as a public health crisis and working to address the racial disparities and the underlying social determinants of health, using this resolution as a way to accomplish that.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Council, we've got the information and the answers to the questions I think that were brought forward when we discussed this the first couple of times. Any additional questions or comments regarding this? Councilmember Lohman, I see your hand up. Not sure if it's from last time or if it's a new one.
I think it's an old one. I'll comment later. I've got to write down some comments here. Sorry about that.
Sounds good. Councilmember Martin and then Councilmember Coulter. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yeah, just a quick comment. Well, I guess a kudos and a comment. A huge thank you to staff. I looking way back now, though, I suppose it wasn't that long ago, I first decided to get involved with the Advisory Board of Health because of what we're seeing right here, the social determinants of health. Just looking at, as we've seen over the course of staff's work on this, the fact that there are measurable differences depending on which side of 35W you live on in terms of everything from education to income, to the fact that there is a measurable life expectancy difference. There are parts of town where you will live longer. And that's because it correlates largely to where our communities of color are. And so I'm incredibly proud that we're looking at this tonight. I'm proud of the work that staff has done. And I'm excited because I think this is a huge first step. As the American Public Health Association says, this is a huge first step in calling the problem what it is and moving forward in some pretty bold ways to make sure that every Bloomington resident has a shot to be successful in this community. So thank you.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I want to first just echo Councilmember Martin's comments and thank you to staff. I was ready to move forward on this obviously some time ago, but I will concede that the more time that we spent on this has resulted in a stronger product. I think what we have done since then, the work that we've done since then is good and made this a better result. So thank you to staff for that. I'm really glad that we're here tonight. What this resolution does is acknowledge, I think, the truth that racism, whether it's overt or institutional, results in massive inequalities in health outcomes, both sort of generally speaking, but specifically right here in Bloomington too. You know, like Councilmember Martin said, we can see the numbers. And I don't think it helps anyone to delude ourselves into thinking it's just a coincidence. And, you know, everything we've been through over the last year shows how important it is to acknowledge this reality, to confront it, and boldly do the work that we can to address it. And I know, you know, a number of us were at the equity symposium that Ms. Jackson convened this past Wednesday, and we know there is the support for this in the community, the desire to make this happen and do the work in the community, and that there are so many folks right here in Bloomington who are engaged and ready to get to work. So I guess to sum up, let's go.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulter. Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to start off by thanking staff for assembling data with respect to Bloomington statistics. It's not quite what I had asked for. I was looking to see the resolution, as you recall, kind of have that information kind of interwoven in there so that when folks actually look at this resolution years from now, council, they would see that information as it pertained to Bloomington specific to that. Another question that I had during that point in time, and I wanted to just be sure that the rest of the community got that response, is I had asked the question whether or not an ordinance might be something we would consider instead of a resolution. And I wanted to just stop there before I make the rest of my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
And that is a question.
Oh, that is a question. I wasn't sure. I'm sorry.
Yeah. During the last meeting, let me just be real clear. I had asked why a resolution as opposed to an ordinance, and I'm looking for a response. From the public standpoint. I'm not sure if that wasn't remembered or if I missed it somewhere in an email, but I'm just curious about that.
Ms. Kirby or Ms. Jackson?
Mayor and Councilmember Lohman, staff did not look into that specific question over the last month that we've sort of been working on this particular presentation. I would defer to either Maureen O'Brien or our city attorney. Maureen O'Brien was an assistant city attorney who was working on this project to answer that question today if it's possible. But no, Councilmember Lohman, I did not recall that question, but I'm sure we can pass that along to the city's attorney's office and maybe get some information to you.
Ms. O'Brien, can you shine any light on this topic?
Yes, Mayor, council members, Councilmember Lohman. It's in large part a question of where we are in the process. So we considered a resolution to be more of the foundational piece. And then the ordinance could be something that if we needed a specific action taken in the future that was more specific. And so at this point, we're really setting out the framework for the problem and the steps that will be taken. But it's a long look forward. There are many steps involved.
So if I'm clear about that, it's that at this point there aren't specifics enough to place it into an ordinance. You need more time to get those specifics to place them into an ordinance type framework.
Yes, I think that's correct. I think that there's definitely a possibility for ordinances to come in the future, but at this point we're setting out a sort of more overarching framework.
And I will say this, and I think staff does an excellent job on just about everything that they do here. I am disappointed that my question that I asked the last time was, not looked at or considered. I just, I'm disappointed. I'm hoping that going forward that we can make sure that all council members' questions are considered. As we look at the funding sources for this, they were discussed last time around. Let me be sure that the public understands that we're talking about $40,000 for this particular process moving forward. What does that mean in terms of additional staffing to be sure? Because this is a large process, and just having one staff person kind of pushing this forward is pretty difficult with all the things we have going on. I just want to be sure that is not the only piece that we're talking about here.
Ms. Jackson?
Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Lohman, at this point, the $40,000 really just speaks to the work that's needed to hire a consultant to engage the community in that strategic planning process. I absolutely agree with you that this is a lot of work as we start to roll it out and likely will require additional staff capacity. One of the things that we wanted to be intentional about is making sure that we had that framework for how we want to proceed forward with the work before we were bringing in other staff to help with that, right? So that as we're adding additional staff capacity to carry out the work, there's a clear vision and sort of a clear work description for those staff or that potential staff that will be coming in to support the process. And so the $40,000 does not reflect additional staff to be hired to execute racial equity work in the city, but just really focuses on the components of the racial equity strategic planning process.
Thanks for that clarification. I continue to be concerned about the vastness of this work and moving this forward today without having that locked into this resolution. As I've mentioned in the past, I'd like to see those two components linked together. So I'll think about this as we get ready to move this forward today.
Mayor, if I may, this is the city attorney.
Please, Ms. Manderscheid.
I just wanted to add, in response to some of the questions that Councilmember Lohman has mentioned with regard to an ordinance versus a resolution, I thought it might be helpful to put forward an example of how this will play out. Maureen did a nice job of explaining that this is a framework. And so, for example, we typically use ordinances to do lawmaking at a municipal level. So if you take, for example, point 4 on page 53 of the packet, it talks about implementing a health and all policies approach to decision making. So that would potentially play out in that when we would bring ordinances forward to the council for its consideration, we would apply that health and all policies lens to the drafting and recommendations that we bring forward. So in that way, this document forms the framework through which we direct and guide subsequent efforts, which would include bringing other ordinances and other sorts of documents to the council for its consideration. I hope that answers the question that you asked before.
Thank you. No, that makes it much more clear as to why we want to have a resolution first and then move to this piece to an ordinance. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mayor, for the time here. I know we got a lot on the agenda, so I want to just be sure that I give that time back.
Absolutely. Thank you for the questions, Councilmember Lohman. Council, any additional questions? I guess I would echo Councilmember Lohman's point that this $40,000 is the first step. We've got a big project in front of us, and we have to understand and realize that if we want to absolutely take this on and address this at a community-wide basis, it's something that we're going to have to be willing to take on. And it's this first piece of it is an important piece and gets us started, but it's the first steps that we need to be taking. We just need to be clear on that and cognizant of that.
Mayor, if nobody else is stepping forward to comment, I'm ready to make a motion.
Councilmember Coulter.
Mr. Mayor, I will move to declare racism a public health crisis and to work to address racial disparities in the underlying social determinants of health, or to adopt a resolution stating that. Excuse me.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Coulter and a second by Councilmember Beloga to adopt the resolution to declare racism as a public health crisis and to work to address racial disparities in the underlying social determinants of health. Hearing no more discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. And I will say the only reason it didn't pass 7-0 is because Councilmember Carter is not here, and we'll have to text her and let her know that this did pass because, as I said earlier, she was a champion of this and spoke up on this topic frequently, as did many others. And I appreciate the input and appreciate the work that went into this. So thank you all very much. With that, we can move on to item 7.3, which is our first public hearing of the evening. It's a public hearing for a new off-sale intoxicating liquor license application for 7/8 Liquor. Mr. Junker, good evening and welcome. Mr. Junker, are you with us? I see you. There you are. Item 7.3 just got called. Doug, you're on.
How's this? Check.
Much better. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. All right, yeah, our first item up tonight is a new off-sale liquor license at 7/8 Liquor for MCT Holdings LLC. Everything's checked out for us, and they're just waiting for your approval, and I believe the sale is coming up here soon.
Council, any questions of Mr. Junker on item 7.3? I don't see any hands going up. So with that, I will call this public hearing, open this public hearing for item 7.3 for a new off-sale intoxicating liquor license application for 7/8 Liquor at 7920 Nicollet Avenue South. Public hearing is now open. Ms. Wilson, do we have anybody on the line?
Leah, do we have any callers for agenda item 7.3?
As of the moment, I don't see any callers. Please continue.
We have no one coming forward electronically to comment on item 7.3. Council, I look for a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
We got a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember, I'm sorry, I missed it. Who was it? Was it Councilmember Martin? Councilmember Martin. To close the public hearing on item 7.3. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Councilmember Lohman?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion to close the public hearing passes 6-0. Council, additional questions? Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a small thing, because I happen to patronize this establishment on occasion. I always thought it was 7/8 liquor, as in a fraction, not 7/8.
Well, that's maybe how the old one did it, but the new business is, this is their assumed name, so.
Okay, thanks for the clarification there.
But they got to keep the good phone number there, so that was pretty neat.
Sure, they just want to avoid the copyright violation. Council, any additional questions? If not, I would look for action on item 7.3.
Mr. Mayor, I will move to approve the off-sale intoxicating liquor license for MCT Holdings LLC, doing business as 7 Ace Liquors.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Coulter to approve the off-sale intoxicating liquor license for MCT Holdings LLC, doing business as 7 Ace Liquors. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Moving on to item 7.4, which is another public hearing. This, again, for a new on-sale intoxicating liquor club license application for the Everett R. McClay Post 1294, our VFW post here in town. Mr. Junker.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council. I believe this might be kind of a unique situation. This is a club that had a club liquor license, and in 2010, I believe, they had a decision and leadership there to go with a public liquor license. So council approved that public liquor license back then. Fast forward now to recent discussions again in leadership there, and they've decided now they want to go back to a club only on sale liquor license. So that is what we're bringing forth to you tonight. So no longer are they open to the public. It'll be back to just club members and bona fide guests. Just a business decision that the leadership there is brought to you for your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Junker. Council, any questions? You are right, Mr. Junker. That is unique to go that direction in terms of these private clubs, whether they're VFW clubs or Elks clubs, any kind of the clubs that they would move back to just a club license. That is unique. Council, any questions? If not, this is a public hearing. I'd like to open this public hearing for item 7.4, a new on-sale intoxicating liquor club license application for the Everett R. McClay Post 1294. Ms. Wilson, do we have anyone on the line?
Leah, do we have any callers that wish to speak on agenda item 7.4?
And no one is in the phone line as of the moment. Please continue.
Thank you.
We have no one coming forward electronically to speak on this item. Council, I look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulter. We've got a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Coulter to close the public hearing on item 7.4. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion to close the public hearing passes 6-0. Council, action item 7.4.
Mayor, I'm happy to field that motion.
Councilmember Martin.
Mayor, I move that we approve the on-sale intoxicating liquor license for Everett R. McClay, post number 1296, Incorporated, Veterans of Foreign Wars, doing business as Everett R. McClay, post 1296.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Beloga to approve the on-sale intoxicating liquor license for Everett R. McClay, post 1296, Veterans of Foreign War, doing business as the same. And I do want to point out, I think we had in the public hearing notice, I think we had it as 1294, which is why I said 1294 a couple of times, and I apologize for that. It is, in fact, post 1296. My mistake. We have a motion and a second. Item 7.4, hearing no further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Loman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. On to item 7.5, our final public hearing of the evening. This is an application for renewal of a currency license exchange for Exchange of America. Mr. Junker.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, this is a license that's issued by the Minnesota Department of Commerce, and it comes to us every year, this time of year, for our approval, just to make sure that everything still meets our code requirements, and it does. This is our only currency exchange at this time, and we have had no issues over there, so we're just looking for your approval, and I'll forward our letter to the state.
Thank you, Mr. Junker. Council, any questions of Mr. Junker on item 7.5? Seeing no questions, I will open the public hearing. Open the public hearing on item 7.5, an application for renewal of currency exchange license for Exchange of America. Ms. Wilson.
Leah, do we have any callers for agenda item 7.5?
And we don't have anyone on the phone line as of the moment.
All right.
Please continue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have no one coming forward electronically. Council, I look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 7.5.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Coulter with the second. Councilmember Martin with the motion to close the public hearing on item 7.5. Hearing no further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Loman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0 to close the public hearing on item 7.5. Council, I look for action.
Mayor, I can field this one as well.
Councilmember Martin.
Mayor, I move that we approve the Minnesota Department of Commerce issued currency exchange license for Exchange of America, LLC, doing business as Exchange of America.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Beloga to approve the Minnesota Department of Commerce issued currency exchange license for Exchange of America. Hearing no further comments or questions by the council, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Loman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Mr. Junker, and thank you much. Ms. Wilson, I believe we can release our phone operator for the evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Leah, that is all the items that have public comment this evening, so you can go ahead and disconnect the line. Thank you for your assistance tonight.
Okay, you're welcome, Chris. Thank you. Have a great evening.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. With that, we can move on to item 8 in our agenda, which is our organizational business. And we'll kick it off with item 8.1, which is a proposal from the Human Rights Commission on a conversion therapy proposal. And I believe this is Ms. Melissa Wurst-Prasad from our staff is going to lead us on this one, if I'm not mistaken. Good evening, Ms. Wurst-Prasad.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, let me just make sure we're in the right view.
Nope, you're in the next slide mode right now.
Okay,
And there you go. There we've got it.
All right, wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
As stated, I am Melissa Wurst-Prasad, and I serve as manager of the city's Community Outreach and Engagement Division. And I also serve as staff liaison to the Human Rights Commission. And as council is aware, the role of the Human Rights Commission is to aid and advise the City Council in all matters of human rights and other matters which affect the well-being of the community. At the request of Councilmember Coulter, in 2020, the Human Rights Commission began researching the practice of conversion therapy. So tonight I am pleased to introduce Molly Bosu, Chair of the Human Rights Commission, and Anita Smithson, a Commissioner, who are here to present the Commission's findings and recommendation for City Council. So thank you for this opportunity, and I will now hand the presentation over to Anita.
Good evening, Ms. Smithson. Good evening, Ms. Bosu. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you so much. My name is Anita Smithson. Pronouns are she, her, and I'm here to present the first half of our proposal to you. As just a representative of the commission, I wanted to make sure to thank Outfront Minnesota and also Senator Scott Dibble's office, who helped us with a lot of the research for this topic. And I also want to recognize that this topic might be traumatic for many in our community. And we've included the phone number for the Trevor Project 24/7 Lifeline on the cover page here for any LGBTQ youth in crisis. Melissa, you can go to the next slide. So first, what is conversion therapy? Conversion therapy is any practice performed with the intent of changing a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. It has been referred to as ex-gay therapy or reparative therapy. In 1973, the American Psychiatric Association formally declared that homosexuality is not a mental illness and it is not a sickness. This declaration really helped to shift public opinion about LGBTQ people. The declaration is and was considered a major milestone for LGBTQ equality. As part of that declaration, the American Psychiatric Association stated that they support legislation at local, state, and federal levels that would ensure LGBTQ citizens have the same protections that have been granted to others. We now know that conversion therapy is ineffective at changing who LGBTQ people are and who they love, and it's dangerous to these individuals. There is no accredited training for mental health practitioners with regards to conversion therapy because the practice is not supported by science or any major medical organization or association. Because societal stigma and discrimination still very much exist toward LGBTQ people, there are practitioners that unfortunately still are continuing this harmful and discredited practice. You can go to the next slide. LGBTQ people, especially youth, are already an at-risk population. Minors are especially at risk and show increased rates of depression, anxiety, drug use, homelessness, and suicide when they are subjected to conversion therapy. A 2020 national survey on LGBTQ youth mental health from the Trevor Project showed that about 84% of LGBTQ youth respondents expressed wanting counseling from a mental health professional in the past 12 months. 38% of those youth received their wanted counseling. For those that wanted but did not receive it, barriers cited were cost, family support, as well as finding providers that were LGBTQ competent. About 40% of LGBTQ youth surveyed have seriously considered suicide. For transgender and non-binary youth, more than half have considered suicide. When we look at the statistics for attempted suicide, so not just considered, but actually attempting, nationwide, about 12% of cisgender LGBTQ youth and 21% of transgender and non-binary youth have attempted suicide in the past 12 months. Now, when conversion therapy is part of the treatment that LGBTQ youth receive, the chances that they may attempt suicide increase significantly, about 2 times as much. 28% of the youth who have been subjected to harmful conversion therapy practices have attempted suicide, compared with 12% of LGBTQ youth who have not been subjected to conversion therapy. Next slide. The Minnesota Department of Education Minnesota Student Survey was developed in 1989 to monitor risk and protective behaviors among students. The survey is voluntary and anonymous. The Bloomington Public Schools does participate in the survey. And while the Minnesota Student Survey data does not specifically address conversion therapy, it does address other related topics regarding mental health, self-harm, and suicide ideation and attempts. We looked at this data, and the disparities for LGBTQ students respondents compared with heterosexual student respondents is significant at all of the grade levels surveyed. Just one example featured here, Bloomington Public Schools 11th graders surveyed in 2019 indicated that 10.8% of the heterosexual students seriously considered suicide in the last year. That number is 33.9% for the students that indicated that they fit into the lesbian, gay, bisexual, or questioning category in the survey. So that's a huge disparity for our straight students compared with the students that are in the LGBTQ community. All right, next slide. The Williams Institute at UCLA estimates that 16,000 LGBTQ youth ages 13 to 17 will be subjected to conversion therapy by licensed medical practitioners in the United States. Survivors of conversion therapy have reported to Outfront Minnesota, a leading organization for the rights and health of LGBTQ people in Minnesota, that as youth, they have been subjected to this harmful practice right here in Bloomington from at least 2 different providers. Because we are currently living in a state with a patchwork of recently enacted conversion therapy bans and no universal reporting system, coupled with the trauma that survivors of conversion therapy are living with, we may never fully know the precise number of people who have survived or are currently being subjected to the harmful practice. Next slide. All right, so in this video, we are going to review just a short video from Junior, who is a survivor of conversion therapy. This was put together by Outfront Minnesota. And then following the video, Molly Bosu, our chairperson, is going to continue our presentation. So Grant, could you please start our video?
They made me feel like I wasn't worthy enough to live. The first few days that I was at this camp, it was like any other normal retreat. We just had regular listening sessions. They were teaching us biology, psychology, and these people weren't teachers. They weren't licensed professionals to teach me any of this. But then as it continued, it started to getting more physically violent. We'd go on these 2-mile runs, and as we were running, they screamed slurs at us. So it pushed me back to all those experiences I was already having as a kid. At one point, they fed us rotten food, and they were forcing us to eat this because they were like, this is a lesson for you. This is what it feels like. This is what you should feel like when you are having these feelings for other guys. Another thing that they would make us do is that we had a practice of how is it that we're supposed to act like guys. And so we would practice how to deepen our voice. We would practice how to act like a man by positioning specific parts of our bodies in specific ways. Then, we get physically assaulted. We get beaten, we get thrown to the ground, we get punched, we get just rattled around like rag dolls because they thought that these things would fix us. The other thing was that this camp was filled with hypocrisy. Like, one of the worst things that I think was happening was that, there were all these men that were claiming that they were ex-gays, that they were, that they were fixed, and at night I would wake up hearing them coming and sexually assaulting some of the other members that were there. And we ranged from the age of 13 to 22. Like, we were just young people, like, in desperate mode, trying to fix ourselves. I left there hating myself even more because I had not changed at all. I had spent 16 years of my life trying to act a specific way and trying to trick myself into thinking that I could be a straight man. And I knew that wasn't working, and I knew after this entire experience and this entire ordeal that it wasn't gonna change after this.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Bussey. Thank you, council members. And thank you, Anita, for starting our presentation. My name is Molly Bosu. I am the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. And so I'm going to continue on with the presentation. So as you can see from that video, Conversion therapy is a very harmful practice that adversely affects the physical and mental health of those subjected to it. Obviously, the experiences of survivors of conversion therapy are not all the same, but due to the harm caused by it, it has been denounced by medical and mental health professionals and human rights organizations. So on this slide, you're going to see several examples of statements that have been made by professional mental health and medical organizations. And although I'm not going to read to you all these statements, there's really 4 major themes that show up throughout these statements. First, homosexuality or identifying as transgender is not a mental health disorder and therefore does not need to be changed. Second, attempts to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity are harmful and lead to adverse mental health conditions. Third, parents are advised not to subject their children to such practices. And finally, legislation is encouraged to protect against these practices. Next slide. So going even further than these previous statements, in June and July of this past year, the United Nations Human Rights Council stated that conversion therapy is, quote, discriminatory in nature and degrading, inhumane, and cruel, and creates a significant risk of torture. It called upon countries to take urgent action or take urgent measures to protect children and young people from these practices. And essentially, these statements link conversion therapy to a violation of human rights and call for a global ban of the practice. Next slide. And although the United States has yet to ban the practice, several state legislatures have taken it upon themselves to do so. Minnesota, however, is not one of them. So the work is being done at a city level. On this slide, you're going to see the cities in Minnesota that have banned the practice, as well as cities that have made statements denouncing conversion therapy. There are also several cities that you'll see are currently looking into implementing bans. So you're going to see on this slide a mixture of both metro and outstate cities. And notably, Bloomington is the most populous city in Minnesota to have not yet taken any action on conversion therapy. Next slide. So why should we act? Banning conversion therapy would help protect our LGBTQ youth and families from harmful, ineffective treatment that leads to increased rates of depression, self-harm, and suicide, as well as other mental and physical health concerns. It would help ensure that unethical providers do not offer their services in Bloomington and instead ensure that families and individuals can find culturally competent mental health care providers. And similar to other bans throughout the state and in the country, a conversion therapy ban would not apply to religious or individual prayer practices. Next slide. So for all of the reasons previously stated and summarized again on this slide, it is the recommendation of the Bloomington Human Rights Commission that we adopt a city ordinance banning conversion therapy. This ordinance would be an administrative civil citation and not a criminal one. Next slide. So at this time, we are seeking approval from City Council to bring forward an ordinance banning the practice of conversion therapy for minors in Bloomington. And we can be helpful in answering any questions that you may have. Our Deputy City Attorney, Peter Zuniga, is also on this call to help answer any questions that may be legal in nature. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Chair Bosu. Thanks for being here with us this evening. Appreciate it. And Commissioner Smithson as well. Thank you so much. Council, questions, comments? Councilmember Lohman and then Councilmember Coulter.
Be happy to kick off the questions here. First of all, I want to just say, Councilmember Coulter, I know you're going to speak next, but I want to thank you for your leadership in bringing this forward. I know this has been something you've been trying to get going for quite some time, and want to just thank you for your leadership on pushing this forward. So one of my questions that I have, and I also want to thank the Human Rights Commission. You know, you've done a laudable job in really crystallizing and focusing in on the human rights aspect of this and the impact to the community broadly. One of the questions that I had, because I know that this did go before the legislator, is what are the opposing points of view on this? We've got a lot of information here that's very convincing And I think the Human Rights Commission has done a fantastic job of preparing and putting that stuff together. I'm not necessarily asking Human Rights Commission to come up with that opposing point of view, because I can't, if I were in that position, I wouldn't be able to come up with anything at all. But I am asking staff, because that's one of the things that did not pass at the state legislature, and I wanted to know, what are those folks citing? What are they putting forward? I want to just be sure, as we're getting ready to move towards trying to do something like this, that all points of view are represented. I really didn't see that in the literature that was provided here in this particular case. So that's one of my questions that I have is, what's the opposing point of view? And I mean, obviously, if it's so one-sided, it really should have passed the state, unless there is, as we say, that just it's prejudicial and there's no data there at all. That may be the case. I'm not a subject matter expert in this area. Secondarily, my question is to help me understand the religious implications of this from a legal standpoint. We're not to pass laws that abridge the religious piece. How does this play a role into that? And if I'm a religious practitioner, I got, some pastors on both sides of this thing. I want to have a really clear understanding of, where this fits and doesn't fit in the law, and how it would impact those folks who are doing this. And is the city or the government infringing on, any type of religious free exercise? I'm having a hard time seeing it here, but I just want to be sure that I ask that question and clear about that. And then from a freedom of speech, or from a practice, is there any restrictions that we're making in terms of that? So those would be my two questions that I would ask. One, what's the opposing point of view? Didn't see it here in the literature. And two, what's the implications from a religious standpoint if we pass this view? Any harm at all in doing this? Thank you.
Chair Bosu or Commissioner Smithson or Ms. Wurst-Prasad, who wants to take those two questions on?
Sure, thank you. So I'll also invite our Deputy City Attorney, Peter Zuniga, to weigh in on the last two questions. In terms of the opposing views, what we've discovered in the research, and we haven't seen much, is it's really more, is it derogatory towards religious practices that want to continue to be able to offer this? And as our chairperson, Molly Bosu, stated, that what we're looking for is an ordinance that would not infringe on religious practices, but would just be after mental health practitioners that are providing this type of therapy. And I'll invite either Commissioner Molly or Anita, do you have anything else you want to add to the opposing view question?
No, the only thing I'll say is that on the slide where we talk about the state of Minnesota, I believe it was just a party line vote that it was struck down. The Minnesota House passed a bill banning conversion therapy, and it was struck in the Minnesota Senate. And that's sort of it. But otherwise, it's pretty much covered as far as the opposing viewpoint is pretty much just the religious practitioners who want to continue to offer this service.
So when they took that vote, they didn't necessarily cite any type of information at all. They just said, nope, this is a party line vote. We're going to vote no against this. Again, I'm not a state legislator or even play around with that type of stuff. So I just want to just be clear that that's kind of what you're saying. They just kind of, it was a party line vote. So one party voted for it when it got to the Senate, and the other party voted against it. No rationale or any literature behind either of those points of view, or I guess the opposition.
Yeah, Councilmember Lohman, that is a really good question. At this point, I do not have that information to provide you, but that is something we could look into and come back with. Thank you.
And I just want to make a comment there before we move on to the legal parts. And when we put these items together, regardless of our points of view, again, I don't expect that to come from the Human Rights Commission. Again, if I was the Human Rights Commission, I think you put together exactly what I would have put together if I was on the Human Rights Commission. But I think from a staff standpoint, I think we've got to have these other opposing points of view as a part of the packet that kind of comes forward. I don't know if I missed that as I was looking at it, but because we represent, or at least I try to, and I think the rest of this council does, we represent those folks who may not necessarily agree with the majority point of view, and I want to just be sure that we're able to take that into account as we're looking at these issues. So I'll stop and let you answer my last question.
Yep, no, noted. Thank you. Yep, we will.
And I'll just add to Councilmember Lowen, thank you. And you are correct that that was definitely something I should have included. So we will definitely do some research, additional research on that component and bring that back to you. Regarding your questions on religious in nature and the freedom of speech, do we have Peter on the line to respond to those?
I believe we do.
Okay, wonderful.
Mr. Zuniga, good evening. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Lohman. With respect to the religious aspect and its burden on to license mental therapists.
Mr. Zuniga, we're losing you. You're breaking up pretty significantly. Ooh, and now we've... Mr. Zuniga, can you try starting again? I think we've lost you. Ms. Mandershad, do you want to take up the mantle on this one?
Sure, Mayor, members. Maybe Peter can join back on. I know that he's done the majority of the research on this item, but sometimes the internet is complicated, right? Signals. So as I understood Council Member Lohman's question, he asked some questions about how the law fits into this, about how religion is impacted. And my understanding is that this particular proposal that's before the council tonight is actually not, does not actually regulate the actions of the religious community, the clergy, efforts by that segment of the population. This would apply to licensed professions, licensed professionals that are typically licensed by the state. People that are acting in the capacity as a social psychologist, that sort of thing. That's my understanding of the application and intent of this particular piece of this particular item before you tonight.
So I guess where my question lies then with that, to kind of further that question, would be if you have a license from the state, but you're practicing it inside of a church, how is that impacted? I just want to know what ramifications that has, because certainly, I know several churches that they'll have a licensed practitioner, inside the church that's doing that, or on the other hand, where you have a pastor that is, he or she is a also a licensed physician providing some type of advice. How would this law either impede that or stop that, or I just want to know what happens with those particular cases.
Mm-hmm. I haven't looked into that particular item. I can certainly bring that back. Peter, are you on the call and maybe you've looked into it? I see you back here.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep, we can.
Yes, we can. I think you're a little more stable now without your camera on, so please.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Lohman. Sorry about that. Yeah, in the situations that you just talked about, whether it's a licensed therapist practicing within a church or a pastor that also happens to be a licensed physician, this law would not cover them if they are conducting the practice within their congregation and with the viewpoint from it's a religious-based activity.
Say that again. I just want to be sure that I'm clear that I'm hearing that correctly. So you could have the license from the state. This ordinance would not prohibit you from this practice. Is that what I'm hearing? Am I hearing that correct?
If they are conducting it within the church setting.
So if you're not, even if you are a licensed psychologist, as long as you're on the grounds of a religious institution, you would be exempted from this particular ordinance that we're putting forward.
Mr. Zuniga?
the ordinance yet, and so we haven't dug into exactly how it would work. But right now in the research, if they are within the church setting and it's conducted within their religious activities, this ordinance would not cover them.
Yeah. So as long as it's a church grounds, that type of thing, then we would probably be exempted. But additional work needs to be done with that in order to ferret that out. That's sort of what I'm hearing right now. Or has there not been a significant legal challenge enough to be able to ascertain that answer?
Councilmember Lohman, there isn't right now a lot of case law related to conversion ban therapies. Right now, only 3 courts of appeals throughout the nation have ruled on that. The United States Supreme Court has not ruled on the constitutionality of conversion ban therapies. So the law is really still developing. But in those cases, the freedom of religion really has not been talked about. It's more of the freedom of speech. But again, it's because the ordinance at issues have been limited to licensed therapists.
Thank you. And I'm going to probably have more questions about that piece. I want to let the rest of my colleagues jump in here. I don't want to keep monopolizing time here. Sorry.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just sort of to clarify a couple of things that I think that Councilmember Lohman brought up. I think, the questions that you're bringing up, Councilmember Lohman, as far as, religious leaders serving as counselors, my guess is that would be a subject best taken up when we look at actual ordinance language and how terms are defined and where they're defined and that kind of thing. Because I understand what you're asking, and I think we can address that within that ordinance language. And then to your questions as well, I was about the bill in the Minnesota legislature. I was trying to remember from my day job how that all went down. And my recollection, and this could be flawed because it was now 2 years ago, was that there are 2 versions of the same bill, right? There's the version of the bill that passed the House of Representatives and the version that was up in the Senate. And my recollection was that the version that passed the House included a prohibition on conversion therapy, and the version that was up in the Senate did not. And there was an attempt to amend that Senate bill to add that, and that amendment failed. That is my recollection. That could be flawed, but that was my recollection, and I think that was where some of that confusion came from. So, but the questions I have for staff, I just want to clarify some of this sort of on the legal side of things. So I see a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cities in Minnesota that have adopted these conversion therapy bans by ordinance, starting as far back as November of 2019. To our knowledge, have any of these cities been the subject of legal action? Has anyone sued any of these cities?
Ms. Wirtz-Prasad?
Not that
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Coulter.
No, I'm going to let Peter respond to that.
Mr. Zuniga?
To our knowledge, none of these cities have been sued.
Thank you. And then I just wondered if you could expand a little bit when you say this ordinance will be an administrative civil citation and not criminal. What does that mean?
Mr. Zuniga?
We would not criminalize a violation of the ordinance. So it would follow our normal, process for violation of the code, through the administrative process, whether it's through the fine and then, potentially also administrative appeal rights as well.
Okay, so I guess what that means is that it wouldn't appear on someone's criminal record or anything like that. That it would be, like you say, it would be administrative. And then I just want to clarify something here, and I don't know if this is a question for Mr. Zuniga or Melissa or our commissioners, but to be clear, the purpose of this ordinance would not be to put anyone out of business. That, that is to say that we know, like I said, this is happening in Bloomington. And the folks who are currently practicing conversion therapy are doing so, they offer other counseling services as well. And it wouldn't, I mean, they could continue offering those other counseling services. They just could not offer that. That's correct?
That's correct. That's our understanding from our work with Outfront Minnesota, who had the reports of the 2 locations in Bloomington, that this is a type of practice being offered therapy, but it's within, the scope of other types of therapy being offered as well.
Thank you. And I think that's an important point to bring up here, that we, if we move forward with this, that we are not putting anyone out of business. We are simply, regulating and within our authority to do so, how businesses can operate in the city of Bloomington. And then my last question is one I think staff maybe you can just get back to me on, but I'm curious as to why vulnerable adults were not included in this proposal. And I imagine there's a longer explanation for that. So that response can come later. I just wanted to raise that question here. And I will obviously have more comments moving forward, but I think there are other folks with questions too.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulter. Councilmember Beloga, and then Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to give my support to Councilmember Lohman on his question of the, what's the other side of the facts here. I received a significant number, and I think most of us did, emails on both sides of the issue. I think that those 4 were articulate and really covered most of the items that are in the presentation. But conversely, when I look at the people who recommended opposition to this, they had very good and salient points to, and I would like to make a more fact-based rather than emotional decision. So if we can get responses to that correspondence, I know the ones that were singularly sent to me, I forwarded those on to the council secretary, and I believe that they are in the information that she sent to all council members. So if staff can look at those and use those and other items as the basis for that response to Councilmember Lohman's question, it would be appreciated. Secondly, I look at the agenda for tonight, and we've earlier had a discussion on the topic of which is appropriate, resolutions or ordinances. And we had the discussion with the public health crisis, and that is a resolution, and asked about why that's not an ordinance. And in this case, I would ask that same question. Why is this being proposed as an ordinance rather than a resolution?
Sorry.
If you're prepared, I'll give the floor. I just have one other question.
Molly, were you going to respond to that?
No, go ahead, Councilmember Beloga. I apologize for interrupting.
No, not at all. I was just giving a stream of questions, and I got kind of into it. So if you have a response, I'm happy to give you the floor.
Ms. Bosu.
Yes. Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Beloga, for your questions. I'll just quickly respond to your last question regarding the resolution or the proclamation. Within this Human Rights Commission, within our meetings, we did discuss the various options of the resolution or proclamation, as you'll notice that Rochester and Golden Valley have taken that route. And we, within our discussion as a commission, we, the resolution, the proclamation is a good first step, but we just felt that the ordinance was a stronger statement that the city is really ready to take active steps to protect the health and well-being of our youth and really to protect the human rights of our citizens. And so there was definitely that discussion within our commission. But we decided
And I appreciate that, and thank you for the work you do with the Human Rights Commission. It's just that in light of the earlier discussion, it would seem as if there's more thought and conversation to be had by staff, legal, and the council on which is the right form to proceed with this. Because when I heard the discussion earlier on the public health crisis, that it seemed that some of that same discussion, when applied to this, would say this should be an ordinance. But I want to let staff look at that and come back to a position and one that we can discuss and have that presented to us. So the final question that I have then is our ability to, I'm going to say, add this as a ban to a state licensed professional practitioner and the enforceability of that ban. I look at it and say, well, we have attorneys who, and I understand it's under the framework of public health, and it's a civil rather than a criminal penalty that we'd be imposing. But to make a bad analogy, and I'll say it's bad, smoking is, deemed to be bad for your health. And yet we find cases where we have some licensed distributors selling tobacco to use when we do our annual sweep. Those I understand because we license those people. I don't see the correlation with the professionals. And then looking at it from a different perspective, we have things such as, again, tobacco, and we have attorneys who practice in Bloomington, and they have a broad practice just as the psychotherapists do. Yet they may represent those same tobacco vendors who have engaged in the sale of tobacco to youth. We don't penalize them for their clients. Again, I said it's a bad analogy, but I'm trying to understand how we can take a state regulated practice and try to modify the state regulations by city resolution or ordinance.
And
I can respond to that.
Who would like to take that on? Mr. Zuniga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Beloga. So in this case, the proposed ordinance would prohibit the practice of conversion therapy within Bloomington. And so there have been quite a few court cases that have looked at the municipal powers, in particular powers with respect to charter cities. And courts have said that all legislative power that's possessed by the legislature of the state, the city also has those same powers, unless the state has preempted the cities from taking on this issue. As you heard earlier, the state of Minnesota has failed to adopt a ban related to conversion therapy. And so the state has failed to act, and so the state has not preempted the city from prohibiting this practice within the city.
Thank you for that explanation. And I suspect you've got some citations that you can present when we look at this again later. I just want to make sure that that we have something that is enforceable, because I see that a number of the cities that have banned conversion therapy are not charter, but cities of the first class.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Beloga, I can definitely provide those citations.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Beloga. So, staff, you got a number of questions there that Councilmember Beloga would like answered, and I'm assuming we'll have those pulled together as we continue to move forward on this process. Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick questions here, and some of these may be better off once we have actual language for the ordinance. But what I'm wondering from a practical matter, where does conversion therapy come into play? If a client is in their therapist's office talking about maybe questions they have about their own sexuality, where does the line get drawn from, you know, a therapist honestly working through that issue with their client to what is of concern here of telling that individual that they are wrong in those feelings or somehow otherwise dismissing them, that type of thing? How is that line crossed if somebody just took the label of conversion therapy off of it?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Nelson. So our understanding, and from just the different presentations we've seen from out in front Minnesota and the research that we've done, is that, you know, we're referring to minors. So this might be a minor that their parents want them to go specifically to conversion therapy. They see tendencies towards homosexuality or becoming part of the LGBTQ community, and they don't want their child to be a part of that. So it's very intentional, is largely what we're seeing, where it's where the practice and out front Minnesota reported where, you know, parents could call up and specifically ask for that type of therapy. So there's different ways we've heard that it crosses that line into maybe I've been feeling depressed or I'm anxious, to moving into identifying it as the cause is that their sexual identity, and then the impact of being a minor and having your parents send them to those conversion therapies. Anita or Molly, did you want to add anything to that? Looks like Anita has comments.
Yeah, I'll add something. Thank you so much, Councilmember Nelson. So this really, you know, people will still be allowed to talk to their therapist to explore issues of sexuality and identity. It's where someone tries to change, where a therapist then goes further and tries to change who someone is as far as their sexual identity, their sexual, their gender identity, and such. So it's I guess, I think it's clear to the people who experience it what it is when they're experiencing it, and just going to talk therapy to work through, you know, coming out, and that process is not something that is considered to be conversion therapy. And for the youth who experience it, I think it's very clear when they're being validated and accepted and affirmed for who they are, and receiving wanted therapy that really tells, helps them work through themselves, versus something that is trying to change who they are. And when we've looked at when we've looked at ordinances that other municipalities have passed, it's really clear in the definitions. And so if we were able to present that to you, I think that the definitions within the ordinance will help address some of those questions.
Thank you for that information. And I figured once we had a draft and things like that, that there'd be additional information, but I appreciate the general overview of that, because, you know, one of my concerns is that people just stop calling it conversion therapy and do the same thing. How do we make sure that doesn't happen? Another obvious concern is making sure that youth that have questions have a safe and supportive environment, that they can get those questions answered, that they can work with someone. You had data earlier in the presentation about how important that is for youth to be able to have a safe, supportive environment and a therapist that'll help them. So that's good. I want to make sure that those things still can happen. In terms of just generally, how will this be enforced? Who enforces it? How does it get enforced? How does that process? Are we considering that process to work?
Peter, did you want to take that? And some of those components would still need to be determined.
Mr. Zuniga?
And I will say it's perfectly fair to just say that that'll be part of the conversation once we have a draft, if that is the answer.
And we definitely can include that.
Mr. Zuniga, are you with us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Councilmember Nelson. Yeah, once we have a draft, we can work through that. But we have, several cities here in Minnesota that have different models. Some it's through their city clerk, others it's through their city administrator or their designee, and others it's through, they have a human rights or a civil rights office. So it's through those departments that they're enforcing this. So we can definitely take a look if we do bring an ordinance to you.
Thank you. Taking a look at the provider, I think during Councilmember Coulter's questions, it came up that this was a civil, not a criminal issue. So there wouldn't be a criminal record or so forth. Would there be any type of record that would get sent to the licensing authority that this individual violated a city ordinance? Is that something that gets reported to the state license, whoever oversees that?
Mr. Zuniga?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, in the ordinances that we have seen here in Minnesota, there is no reporting requirement. Certainly, if the city chooses to, we could report it. But right now, I don't think there's any intention of reporting it to the licenses or to the regulating agencies, since it would just be an administrative citation.
My last question is on that is, can you walk me through the consideration of the criminal versus civil? One, do we even have the power to do criminal? Which is, I was not aware of that. But second, I'm not at something where, literally these kids are dying because of this practice, being told that they aren't accepted for who they are. And I mean, we see in other similar scenarios where, there's bullying of kids that leads to self-harm, suicidal ideation, acting on that there can be criminal consequences. Why are we not considering that with this?
Mr. Zuniga.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, I think when you look at the entire issue, there's certainly the harm and protection of the LGBTQ youth, but also we're looking at balancing that with the constitutional rights of other providers. And so from that perspective, making an administrative citation can help us with surviving the constitutionality of a challenge and not criminalizing otherwise protected activity.
That's all the questions I have right now. I look forward to seeing the actual draft and working through some of those details. Appreciate the effort of the Human Rights Commission and our staff on this issue. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. I have similar questions just regarding the practicalities of this, which by the way, I support. I think we're headed in the right direction here. I'm trying to get my head around exactly how to do it, whether it is a resolution or an ordinance, or exactly what either of those would look like. And for any of you in your work with Outfront and your work with Senator Dibble's office, and your look at these other Minnesota cities that actually have this in place, how does it work? Does it work? Is it are there violation? Is there violation enforcement? Do they see positive outcomes? I'm just trying to get my arms around what the ultimate outcome of all this is, or is it something that's passed in St. Paul and Red Wing and so on, and then without the teeth of an actual enforcement mechanism, does it continue to go on? And if it's brought forward, they claim no harm, no foul, or they say we're on the grounds of a church or something like that. I'm just trying to put my arms around the actual practicalities of this, and I don't want to make it just a symbolic gesture on the part of the city of Bloomington. I want to make sure that if we're going to do this, that there is a significant outcome that we can expect to see here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that question. And we have looked at the language and have similar, not only in Minnesota, but other states that have had this draft. One thing we can bring back is reaching out to, Duluth, St. Paul, Red Wing, Winona, and some of the other cities and finding out where they're at with violations that are reported and what they've done to enforce. We have seen consistently that they all have used the civil, that it's a civil versus a criminal enforcement or civil citation. So we definitely can do some more research and reach out to those cities, particularly those that, just recently passed it, and find out exactly, is it increasing? What are their impacts with that? Have they had reports? It hasn't been effective in eliminating the conversion therapy being practiced in their communities.
Thank you. That would be helpful. I'd appreciate that. I think it's always helpful to, if we're not the first ones on something, to see what the outcomes of other cities have been, and then look at ways that we could improve or do it better than what they have done. I do want to just read into the record a text from Councilmember Carter on all of this. Again, just not able to join us because of connection issues with where she is. Councilmember Carter writes, I fully support the Human Rights Commission's recommendation to pass an ordinance that will ban conversion therapy in Bloomington. This aligns with what youth and families impacted are telling us, as well as the recommendations of major medical associations serving young people. I've heard almost every council member talk about how seriously they take their responsibility to protect the health of Bloomington residents. It is now incumbent upon us to protect the youth of our community, especially those most vulnerable, from practices that are discriminatory, inhumane, and have created significant mental anguish for young people who identify as LGBTQIA+. To be clear, I ask my colleagues on the council to join me in asking staff to bring forth an ordinance banning conversion therapy in Bloomington. So that's from Councilmember Carter, and I appreciate that as well. Before I see additional hands up and want to get back to it, one thing I would like to do, there's been the conversation, or at least the discussion back and forth, of an ordinance as opposed to a resolution. And I wonder if it would be worthwhile, or at least give staff some direction here, if just to take a straw poll, perhaps get some thoughts from council as to which direction we do want to go, whether it would be an ordinance or a resolution. Gives staff a little bit more direction as we move forward. And I guess we could say, well, give us both options, but I think it would help them, I think, if we could come up with a bit of direction and pointing them in a certain way. I see, as I said, a number of hands up. Councilmember Martin is one we haven't heard from yet, and his hand is up, so I'll call on Councilmember Martin first.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And this gets to kind of a broader question I was going to bring up momentarily. My understanding of the racism as a public health crisis, especially when you look at what's embedded in it, for example, health and all policy lens, things like that, was that effort was used to kind of serve as a framework for evaluating policy and ordinance moving forward. So while that particular item wasn't an ordinance in and of itself, it provided us the framework for our thinking as we're crafting ordinances to include more equity and things of that nature. And with regards to kind of the straw poll question, I would certainly support moving forward with this as an ordinance, as council members across the board have said tonight. This is pretty deeply concerning. And as Councilmember Carter noted through the wonders of cell phones, in my research, I have yet to see a single large mainstream medical organization that says anything other than this is snake oil, with significant evidence that it causes some pretty serious harm to our youth. And if there was other medical providers pushing other products in the community with that level of risk associated with them, I can't imagine we would pass a resolution strongly encouraging folks not to take that medicine. I think we would take a little more concrete action. So I appreciate the questions my colleagues have asked. Thank you to staff and the Human Rights Commission for committing to come back to us with some more details. I'm looking forward to seeing those. But me personally, I'm ready to move forward with an ordinance. This practice is kind of scary, to be honest with you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martin. Councilmember Lohman and Councilmember Bullock. Again, I'm not sure if your hands are up for old time or if this was these are new comments. Councilmember Lohman.
Nope, I said I'd come back to more questions.
Sure.
So I'll go ahead and answer the poll question. I need to see what those both look like. So I prefer to see both of them together. Part of my question that I ask is on the enforcement side of it. If we're not going to enforce it at a criminal level, I sort of am a little more interested in maybe something different. So I guess I would be very interested to see what staff comes back with the criminal part of it. What are other cities doing with that criminal side of it? So I'd be interested to know about that piece of it. One other question that I did have in the mayor, you've kind of brought this up too, and I'm not necessarily looking for an answer now, but we provide religious institutions across the city the opportunity to rent public buildings in space. How are we going to handle this practice with those that do this? Can we ban that practice in public facilities? So just help me to understand how that operates and works in the public space, because certainly schools are being utilized for religious ceremonies, and how do we handle a space being designated as a religious space to circumvent this what would be a ordinance or law in terms of enforcement. Let's see here. Had another question here, and I am not. Yes, here we go. My other question is, how many of these practices that we know of that are identified that are going on in the city of Bloomington? Do we have a number of those practices? And then how many of those practices are religious in nature? So we kind of understand, I've said this with, health and all policy with regards to declaring racism as a thing. You got to know what the problem is. And so that's the question I'm asking is, how many of these folks, how many of these licenses do we have going on in the city of Bloomington? And I want to understand, what's the, if we were to implement this, how would that impact this particular way of looking at the world?
So I think I've heard in previous discussions that there are at least a couple of identified people who are practicing this in the city, and I'll leave that to the staff to answer that question more specifically if that's incorrect.
I wanted to know if they were religious in nature. I didn't catch that the last time that they, and I just didn't want to put words in their mouth. I wanted to have them answer, but I wanted to know which category do they fall in. I don't remember that being part of the discussion last time.
And then the other question for Mr. Zuniga, how we deal with if a religious organization was using a public building like a city facility or a school facility. Any insight on that, or is that something we need to do some more work on? Mr. Zuniga?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, that would be something we'd have to do some more research on.
All right, and now any member of the staff, do we know how prevalent this is in the city of Bloomington right now? And do we know any more details about the who's and the where's and what organizations they're with?
Yeah, I can try to jump in with that question. And Melissa and Anita, if you want to, add more after I'm done, feel free. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Lohman, for those questions. We have attempted quite a bit to figure out exactly the prevalence in Bloomington. As Anita stated in her part of the presentation, it has been reported out from Minnesota that there are 2 locations. I am not sure. I believe those are not religious organizations, to my knowledge. And I think the largest thing here is it's really difficult and impossible to know the exact number of conversion therapy providers and survivors within the city and within the state, because we don't really have a reporting method right now. Because there is no ban, there is no way to report it. And when the providers are providing the conversion therapy, since homosexuality and transgender identity is not a disorder or an illness, it is being identified differently when it's being billed to insurance, or it's being identified as providing services to other diagnoses. So things like depression and anxiety. And so there really is no clear evidence that it's being provided. And so the only evidence that we have are the very few cases that are being reported to organizations like Outfront. So we can continue trying to gather as much data as possible, but it's just a difficult thing to really identify.
Yeah, that would be something I'll be interested to hear about, that identification process, even when we put this in place, to be able to identify that and really get to the bottom of this. If we put this in place, of course, I don't want to jump the gun here, but I will be very interested to know what that looks like and how we identify that. And when we look at other cities that are doing this across the country, what hurdles or obstacles are they encountering as they attempt to do this in terms of best practices, in terms of moving forward with this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things first to sort of follow up on that line of questioning. When I initially reached out to Outfront with a question about a municipal conversion therapy ban, they did tell me specifically that they knew of. There were two practitioners of conversion therapy in the city of Bloomington, and it's been some time since that conversation, but I can say that both of the practitioners that I was made aware of are not affiliated with a specific church. They are not affiliated with a specific religious institution. And the other point I wanted to bring up, and Molly just mentioned this as well, but I wanted to just draw the council's attention, and I can send a link out or maybe have Ms. Christensen distribute it. But the city of Duluth adopted a conversion therapy ban, and they have a really, actually, I think, very good reporting portal through their city website. It allows folks to submit information without having to go through the police and all of that. So I think, when we get into enforcement, I'm not concerned that we're going to have to reinvent the wheel. I think just even with the cities that we have here in Minnesota, that I think we'll be able to put something together that will work. And so, I do want to just offer a few comments here. Obviously, I do support moving forward with an ordinance prohibiting conversion therapy. And I think, to me, the distinction between, and Councilmember Martin explained this well as well, the distinction between a resolution and an ordinance is that a resolution is designed to deal with something more broad, right? Like we declared racism to be a public health crisis. We didn't outlaw racism. And what we're talking about here is a very specific practice. We are talking about a very specific practice that is inflicted on people, something that we can outlaw, something that we can prohibit. So I think it's just a different sort of concept. And the reason I also support an ordinance as opposed to a resolution is that an ordinance would have the force of law. This is something that we could design to be enforceable, so that we are ensuring that it's prohibited, rather than just sort of wagging our finger and say, well, you really shouldn't do that. So there are a few other reasons why I support it. And the first one I want to mention, and it's not what I would say is the most important one, but I think it does need to be said. And that is that at least as long as I've been on the city council, and I think well before that, the city council has worked to show that we do support and welcome our neighbors in the LGBTQ community. And I think taking a step to adopt an ordinance like this would put some meaning behind that. It would show that kids growing up in our city shouldn't be forced to change who they are, or have any doubt that whoever they are, they can feel safe in the city of Bloomington. And I think the second reason is actually the one that's more important to me, and that is that the actual effect that this would have. This would be prohibiting a dangerous and damaging practice that we know is happening in Bloomington. We just saw, obviously, a significant list of reputable professional organizations that oppose conversion therapy. And, we seem to be perpetually stuck in a debate about what are facts and what are not. And this is an example of why we need to rely on actual scientists. None of us here are psychologists or pediatricians. So let's listen to what the professionals have to say. And what they say is that conversion therapy is not sound psychological science. And Ms. Smithson specifically said that there's no accredited training for it. I would frankly go so far as to call it just quackery. And, we know that LGBTQ kids are far more likely to attempt suicide. And, just based on the numbers that we have, those who undergo conversion therapy are more than twice as likely as those who don't. And I want to be very, very clear on this point, that this is not just some sort of snake oil solution that offers something but does nothing. Conversion therapy is really harmful, and I just don't think it belongs in the city of Bloomington. We've talked before about mental health issues, and like I said, the information that we've seen has shown how particularly prevalent they are for LGBTQ kids. I was just talking with a colleague today. Life is tough enough for teenagers. I can't imagine how LGBTQ kids feel as they are just beginning to realize who they are, and then to have a parent, a trusted figure, force them to try to change that. And I think that's relevant because the Bloomington City Council has a well-established history of taking steps to protect kids, even if the law is not 100% settled. And, T21 is the example that comes to my mind. And while conversion therapy may not cause physical harm, I think we're well past the point of acknowledging that mental harm is just as dangerous. And, the last points here I want to make, and I know I've been talking for kind of a while here, I've gotten all of the emails that I'm sure all of you have as well, and I just kind of want to address head on some concerns that I've been hearing, because I think they do deserve to be spoken to. And to my mind, this is not a question of religious freedom. Prohibiting conversion therapy would not force anyone to believe anything. I can tell you, as a lifelong possessor of unpopular opinions, I'm really sensitive to that claim. Everyone is entitled to their own beliefs. We are not entitled to pass our beliefs off as science simply based on the strengths of our convictions. And this is not a question of the rights of parents or counselors. We all know that those rights end when choices become harmful. I'm a parent too, and I don't have the right to leave my daughter in physical danger. And I think the same should be true of mental danger as well. So I think moving forward with an actual ordinance, an actual prohibition on this, has what seems to be the all too rare distinction of being good policy and good symbolism. And I do think we would be serving our community, and especially our youth, incredibly well by moving forward with it.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulter. So, Council, I'd like to, as I said, a bit of a straw poll here. If we could kind of give a hands up one way or another without any formal distinction, to see what direction we want to go here. If we want to go with ask staff to do an ordinance or a resolution, or Grant, if you could put the Brady Bunch look back on, if you could. Thank you. So just a quick show of hands, very informally here. Folks who would like an ordinance to staff to bring back, we'll go with ordinance, resolution, or possibly both. So how about an ordinance? Resolution? Or both? And Councilmember Beloga's hand went up. So, and I know that Councilmember Carter was asking about an ordinance. So with that, I think we've got the four folks who would like to move forward with an ordinance approach on this. I think we can still address some of the questions. Staff can address the questions that have been brought up and be able to answer those. But I think that just to move this along and to get the conversation moving, to maybe direct staff to look into an ordinance, to bring back an ordinance to us to discuss at a future date. Councilmember Beloga.
Mr. Mayor, since I have no video, I was voting by hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. I thought that might be the case, but I wasn't sure. I didn't want to leave you out again. So my apologies. So.
Thank you.
So I think that's the direction of the council to move forward staff with ordinance, and we can have that discussion as we continue this process. All right. Let us, if we could, move on to item 8.2, which is a discussion on community-based strategic planning. We brought this up at least a couple of meetings ago. I'm not even sure when, but we asked Mr. Verbrugge to come back with a little more detail, a little more specifics for us. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Appreciate the council's asking for additional information on the community-based strategic planning process. Also joining me this evening for the discussion will be Mr. Steve Baroni. Steve is the founder of Transformation Systems Limited, TSL, which is the consulting firm we're recommending using for this process. And I thought it'd be good to have Steve give you a feel for the facilitation process and how all the pieces of the process fit together. But before I do that, I thought I'd just walk through a quick presentation to give you a more visual sense rather than reading the narrative that's in the packet, but also for the benefit of residents who may be following this and interested to understand what the core planning process is about. So I see that Chris Wilson is bringing the presentation up for review here. So when we talk about the community-based strategic planning, the way it's been proposed is that this is really a different approach to setting an intentional future for the community. So if you go to the next slide there, Chris, once you get it fired up, perfect. So one of the key things about this process is that very first line, what's highlighted in red there, is that you're forming a unifying mission statement for the community. And this is really what's different about this process, is it's the council saying to the community that we want to work together to define what the future of this community is. I think one of the things that the council has talked about on numerous occasions over the past several years is the bit of an inflection point that the community finds itself in, is that we are an older suburb that has gone through a couple of evolutions now, and the community has changed, the issues confronting the community has changed, and there's a lot about the future that is both opportunity based but also presents some potential challenges. And what we're proposing here is that we work with the community to articulate what those issues are, to capture the things that are highly valued by residents, and then to lay out a future that maximizes those things and still addresses the challenges that we may be facing. And so the mission statement and the strategic objectives are one of the most significant outputs from this process. Like I said, an intentional decision by the city to co-create the future with the community. Okay, and what that means is that essentially sharing in that vision process. And then the city works in partnership with the community members at every stage. So we've sort of broken this down into three different stages. The initial stage of understanding who Bloomington is and what it is, action planning for the priorities and implementation, and then obviously we want to measure for success. Next slide, please. So here are the steps in the process. It starts with what are called community cafes or world cafes. And what we do is bring the community together in a number of large gatherings to sit down and have conversation, really in an intimate setting with neighbors, other community members, with a prompted series of questions that get at this issue of what it is that people in the community value and what it is that they're looking for in the future. After the cafes are concluded, we pull all of that information together into a really comprehensive report that really pulls those themes out, and we combine that information with a lot of other data about the community. And we put together a comprehensive data book that then serves as a little bit of a tutorial, as it were, for core planning team members. The selection of the core planning team is the group that is going to work together to articulate what that mission is and what those strategic objectives are. Once those are defined, then we bring in more people into the process, additional residents or city staff or others that will work in action planning workshops. So they take those strategic objectives and we put them into actionable steps. Bring that back to the council and ask the council to approve it. And this is one of the really important roles for the council, is to take the plan, to understand it, to make sure that it's consistent with where the council sees the community going, and then to put it into action. That's a mission management measurement piece. Next slide. So the role and the responsibility of the council in those three phases. An initiation, first is approving the project charter, and this is really important. I think the council saw how important it is to have a successful process chartered at the outset, using the Community Budget Advisory Committee as a good example of how important it was to have the charge of the committee be clearly defined and approved by the council in advance. Providing resources for the planning process, that was one of the things we talked about on January 4th, was the Strategic Priorities Fund allocation to support this process. And then the call to action is really for the council to make the declaration to the community that we're going down this road together, and to invite people into the process. The process itself, the council is encouraged to participate in the community cafes and to promote the community cafes to try and get as much community participation as possible. We will certainly consult with the city council to see what information the council believes is valuable to include in the data book. So it may be things like the district plans for the development districts within the city of Bloomington. It may be the demographics. It may be specific strategic priorities that the council has already invested in over the course of a number of the previous years. And then strongly encourage to have 3 members serve on the core planning team from the city council, to make sure that the city council's voice is strongly reflected in the consideration of the core planning team in putting together the mission and the strategic objectives. And then finally, the commitment, once the planning report is received, is to be the approving body for that, and then to direct staff on the priorities for implementation, and then again to allocate the resources as we move forward. So the city council will always retain the authority on the final approval, the allocation of resources, and the determination of priorities. Next slide, please. And this is just laying out the timeline that we talked about a little earlier this month. This is a pretty exhaustive community process, and the intent here is to get to a place where at the beginning of 2022, we can be identifying what those prioritized strategic initiatives are and getting to work right away at the beginning of the new year after getting through the process this year. So at this point, what I'd like to do is introduce you to Steve Baroni. If you can exit out of the presentation, Chris. And I believe we have Steve queued up.
For some reason, it's not letting me unmute Mr. Barone.
Mm. Steve, do you have a mute button on your... Are we able to see Steve at least? He's been promoted to panelist.
Let's try this.
We got it. Gremlins. We're plagued with gremlins this evening in our meeting.
Steve, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Baroni. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Can you see me? Apparently not.
We cannot see you.
It's my big debut and I can't be seen.
We'll work on resolving that. But Steve, why don't you just start by introducing a little bit about yourself and TSL and the work that you do and where you do it, and then maybe jump into a little bit of how the process works.
Sure. I don't know how far back to go, other than that I was an educator. My first career and school leader in New York State most of my life, and I was both interested in the educational system, but also recognizing that it needed to be changed in a way that was fundamental, but it was unwilling or unable to do that. So I became a student of systems change and systems transformation, and worked on my graduate work in that area, and then decided to start my own business. And that was working primarily originally with school systems, first in New York State and then throughout the United States. And then we branched out, working with municipalities and private sector organizations as well. And last I checked, we have clients, and this is hard to say because it's hard to believe, in 70 countries. And we work with organizations that are created by people. They're systems and organizations that have been successful to a point, and they recognize that everything around them is changing, and they're perfecting something that is less and less meaningful, less and less relevant in a changing world. So these one of the things these organizations have in common is their desire to take responsibility for their future to the extent that they can, and realizing that to do that, they best design the preferred future because they can. Some people don't think they can. They just wait for things and then respond. But the organizations that we work with are pretty proactive and realize that they can take some control, certainly not all, but some control on designing and then executing a plan to produce what they want. And strategic planning is a particular method that is not for everybody and it's not for everything. It's often misunderstood and therefore misapplied. It's a planning process that's not designed to bring about small changes. It's designed to think boldly, long-term, and systemically. You act in small steps, but you don't plan in small steps. You plan in big ideas that people are committed to achieving, even though they don't know how. And just like we said we were going to go to the moon, and we had no idea how to do it. The planning process sets in motion the aspirations and creativity of people to produce something that they've decided they want for their future. So let me stop there, man. I can go on and on, and you don't want to. I admire any group that wants to talk about planning at night. That's usually not something that's on people's list. So why don't I pause there and see if you have any questions, and then I'll jump into the steps of the process that are probably the most meaningful to a board at this point. So,
Council, any questions of Mr. Verrugi, what he said, or Mr. Baroni, what he's presented so far this evening? I do not see any virtual hands going up. So please, Mr. Baroni, please continue.
Great. I'm going to reiterate and emphasize what Jamie said at the beginning. And every organization we work with has some sort of governing body, a board or something to that nature. And often the board has questions about why are they not doing this, and why open the process up to other people, and what is the board giving up? So let me speak to that briefly. The board is really not giving up anything. On the contrary, I would say the board is going to be gaining something that is really not for sale. I mean, you'll be gaining the best ideas and the commitment to those ideas from a group of people in your community that are needed to achieve something. It's not hard to plan. It's hard to execute the plan. Anybody can plan, but following through takes a lot of energy and a lot of ideas and stamina. And it's often difficult for a board to produce all that energy and stamina. They need the support of others, and it's including the staff, of course, but not only the staff. And so the planning process is designed to empower members of the community to assist the board in producing what it is that they've designed together. there's the planning group, we call it the core planning team, has no authority at all. They're a recommending body, and they know that from the very beginning. That is a condition of their participation. That they understand that's the case. And however, I'll may as well say this now or later. There will be nothing that comes to. I don't know how your boards worked in the past or what you produced, but I'm pretty confident to say you'll never receive a recommendation that has greater support by a broader section of people than you would when you receive the recommendation from the core planning team. And the reason is because it'll be the recommendation of a cross section of your community, which I'll talk about a little bit more in a minute. And the recommendation will be by consensus. And consensus is also, misunderstood idea, and it's often misused as well. But it basically is a point of agreement where everybody stands together and says out loud, they declare out loud that they will support every word of this document with their words and their actions all the way through implementation, and that they'll present it to you with that level of commitment. If one person isn't supporting what's in any part of the plan, then that part of the plan doesn't go forward. Now that you heard Jamie say there's 3 members of the board on the planning team. If any one of those board members says, no, I don't support that, I won't back that because I don't believe it's the right idea, that idea is over, it's done. And so any single board member would have the opportunity to prevent a part of the plan from ever being brought to the whole board for its approval. So there's a couple safety measures with respect to a renegade planning team or a renegade, an idea that is not supportable or sustainable in your community. So I think I just got a message about starting a video. I'm not seeing what that is, but Amy, can you tell me where to get that thing?
I think it'll be down at the bottom of the screen, Steve, if it's there, if that's the issue.
I'm not seeing my name anywhere down there. Let me go left to right.
I'll just say start video. Why don't we go ahead and keep going forward?
Okay. And all right. Gotta get my hair done and everything. I'm as bald as Jamie, so you're not missing much. Let me talk about Jamie, should I talk about the composition of the planning team?
Yeah, please.
Okay. I'm trying to reduce this in as fewest number of words as I can, so bear with me. And if you want more elaboration, just ask. The planning team consists of between 20 and 28 people. And there's no magic number, but there is a number that's so large you don't gain anything and you lose something. And there's a number that's so small you lose more than you gain. So you want to get a group. Our estimate is usually around 25 people from your community, some staff, and some members of the community. And you want that planning team, and I'm going to use this word carefully here because it's intentional. You want them to reflect the diversity of your community. And I'm using that word reflect instead of the word represent. No one on the planning team is speaking on behalf of anybody else but themselves. And the reason they're on the planning team is because the group that they come from, the group that they are part of, what you might want to call their constituents, know them, trust them, respect them, and grant them credibility. So members of, some professional community that may come, member of the Chamber of Commerce, for example, or the police department, or some other church organization, you're not going to have 25 people from religious groups in there, but you're going to have, if there's a minister or some clergy on the planning team, it'll be a clergy person that the other clergy respect and admire from the other faiths, the other traditions that exist in your community. If you have a member from I'm using examples from other organizations. We work with organizations that have a Hmong community, and it's not and the reason that the Hmong community matters is because they live there and they're going to be important to support the implementation. Not only to support it, but they have ideas to contribute. That if they didn't contribute those ideas, there would be a hole in the thinking of the community. There'd be something missing, a vacancy. So the people on the planning team are there because they reflect the diversity and have earned the respect and credibility of their constituents, whoever those would be. And you wanted to look, when I say diversity, I'm thinking there's the obvious visible diversities. There's the race and faith diversity. There's also age diversity. When you develop a plan for a community or an organization, you're looking out 10 years or more. Well, there are people who are 10 years old right now that will be 20 when this plan, if you're on schedule, is realized. And they're going to be the ones who are carrying the load to sustain whatever it is that's developed. So you want to have some younger people on the planning team because they'll have more skin in the game for longer. And you also want to have senior citizens on the planning team as well as people with the other age groups. Obviously, gender diversity would be important. You want to have economic diversity, political diversity. The rule of thumb that we have, and it's probably too much of a reduction, but you'll get the idea. Let's assume that a group of 25 people were assembled for your community, and everyone that's on this call knows every single person in that group. You know them all. And if you were to say, wow, that really does reflect the range of thinking and beliefs and systems in our community, it really does reflect that range. And I can't imagine they'll ever agree on anything. If you'll say that and mean that about the group, that's the right group. The reason is the planning process is such that it brings out of the people who have so much diversity, it brings out where they share ideals, where their core beliefs are the same, and where they care about similar things. Their differences are valuable, and we're never going to ask anyone to change their mind. But we're going to find where their minds are already aligned. And we're going to do that by virtue of the facilitation process, which requires people to do an unnatural thing for 3 days, and that is listen to one another. Listen with deep understanding, to get in behind the words to find out what the meaning. Why is something important? Why is it not important? What experiences have led to an idea that a person has or a position they've taken on an issue? And begin to unpack that with one another in a way that we're safe but expected. Silence is not an option in the planning process. People on the planning team, if they're asked what they think about something, they can't say, I'm not talking. They have to spill it. And the facilitator makes it a safe place to do that. And at the end of the process, people discover that their differences remain, but they didn't have any idea how much they had in common towards what they value in a community, what they value in a city, and what they want for the future, and their willingness to work toward it. So I'll pause. And you're still, I can't tell if you're sleeping or not, so you just have to make a note.
So you can't see us either. So that's
once in a while I can see 3 people.
Ah, okay.
4, yeah.
Council, any questions so far to this point? Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Baroni, for being here tonight. Appreciate you taking the time. I'm just kind of curious, and if this is the secret sauce, feel free to let me know. But when you are using that consensus-based approach, how do you encourage folks to reach consensus on some bold ideas or bold directions and not just kind of revert to the least controversial findings that the report can produce?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's funny you use the idea of secret sauce. They may tell a short story about that, but I probably don't need to. There's consensus. People often think it's the lowest common denominator. It's the place where everybody says, okay. And in our work, we come the opposite way. We say, if you reach a consensus, you're saying that this is something you'll stand in the public square and declare it to everybody, even those who don't think you'd ever agree to this. You'd say, this is a good idea. And it may not be my idea, but it's an idea that we came up with that's better than my idea. I hadn't thought of it that way. I haven't worded it that way. I haven't seen it that way before, or I couldn't explain it that way until now. And so in order to get to that consensus, it requires what I mentioned, listening. When I say listening, it requires conversations, and maybe that's the better word. The word conversation, the root of that is converse. And apparently it's Greek in origin, some say. But one of the meanings of the word converse means to turn together. So if you and I were having let's say we're having a conversation, the assumption going in is that we're both willing to be in a different place when it's over. We've turned together. So I'm declaring at the beginning, and we make this an expectation that people agree to or they leave. And the expectation is you haven't made up your mind about anything yet. If you have, you can't listen. Instead you're judging or you're waiting your turn. So part of so most people don't have conversations. They think they're having them, but they're really having debates, or they're having arguments, or they're waiting for somebody to finish. They're not listening for understanding, not trying to get behind the meaning. So there are conversations that people have in the planning meeting that many of them have said and they've never had before. And often 10, 20 years later, I meet them or they call me and they say, and they haven't had them since either. So yeah, it's quite an experience. And every time I see it, I think it's a miracle.
Gosh, thank you.
It's not, I guess if it repeats itself, it's not a miracle, I suppose. So I hope that addresses part of your question.
Additional questions, anyone? I see no hands coming up. Please continue.
Well, I mentioned the decision-making process, and there's more to say about that, but also the board's role. Who is on the core planning team? That's a careful process, and the board would have a role in that too, because there should be somebody, and it's not the board. I would definitely say not the board who makes the final choices of the planning team. But what we ask organizations to do, and this is probably Jamie's job or the mayor's job, to choose a small group of folks that know members of the community, and then seek nominations. There'll be some criteria which we will share with you at the point if you decide to go forward. But the criteria of the people who would be on the planning team, and we would make those public. There's no secrets about this process. Everything is transparent right from the get-go. Because you know as well as I do, silence creates a vacuum, and people fill it with rumors, and the rumors stop being rumors the first time they're stated. They become the truth. So we suggest you tell the truth. So here, let's say there's 8 criteria. We only can take 25 people. Nominate people who you think meet the criteria. You can nominate yourself if you'd like. And then the small group that chooses the 25 people, they go through the list of nominees, and they create like a scattergram of how can we space these folks around this matrix so that we have the diversity, the qualities and characteristics that are necessary to reflect the diversity of our community. And then that group those names are made public. And part of the being on the planning team is a commitment to go through the entire process. There are sometimes you'll get somebody say, I can only do 1 day. I'll say, thank you very much. We appreciate it, but we'll use you later for the action planning process. But if you're not willing to go do the whole process, then there are other people. Often there's waiting lists to be on the planning team. It's not uncommon to get 100 or more people wanting to be on it, which is a good sign. You don't just say no. You say, we don't have room for you on the planning team, but we're definitely going to need you on one of the later stages, and keep everybody involved. And they remain involved for a long time. This is just an aside. We have a client in Lima, Peru, that I think it's been 15 years. And there are members of the planning team who rotated off, but every time we go back and do a refresh or review with them, the old planning team members show up. They're not on it, but they show up to tell a story talk about the progress they've made. And I would have never imagined that in a million years. And there's many other examples like that. So it becomes an experience that's meaningful to the participants. I'm trying to think of other things that would be pertinent right now. I don't want to guess what you're interested in, what you're curious about, but I would prefer that you ask a question. There's no bad questions will trigger something that may be compelling to share with you in this situation.
Council questions? We talked about this at length, I think, last time we discussed, and
Yeah.
I had a number of different questions that came up.
Yep.
Councilmember Martin again. Another question?
Yeah, thank you. A quick one here, and this may be more directed at staff. Just looking at the timeline here, so it looks like adoption by council in January of 22, if that's still accurate. Not knowing kind of what happens in election seasons, are we potentially asking a new mix of a city council to approve a plan that was put in motion by the previous council? Is there any risk of somebody showing up in the next meeting kind of spiking it because they haven't been involved at that point? Or
Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Martin, that is a good point. It's one of those issues whenever you're doing a planning process like this that's going to occur over a rather lengthy period of time, that you do have the potential to have some changes in the environment. One of the things I would suggest is that during the election process, candidates for office, I think, would be interested in knowing what's going on. I know that most of the candidates who participate in the process are eager to touch base with city staff or other people who are involved in activities at the city just to understand what is happening. And so that provides us an opportunity to share with them exactly what this process is about. I would also say that if we're doing our job correctly in moving this forward, there is going to be a significant amount of awareness in the community of the process that's happening. So I think it would be reasonable for a candidate for office to know that this process is going on and to be following it to some extent. The core planning team is not a public meeting. I think that's an important thing to understand. And maybe, Steve, you want to talk about why the work over the 3 days and the intimacy of the group is important.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. I just forgot that because that was just, to me, it's just an assumption. It's the only one that was having it at the moment. The reason it's not public, and I'm not saying, I think it's how you handle that with the community when you first advertise this is important. It's not secret, but it's intimate. And by intimate, I mean there are people there. People start out suspicious, rightfully so, because first of all, they don't know one another. They don't know what's coming. We start out right away with some pretty heavy conversations. And if there's an audience that is going to be coming and going, it has a chilling effect on conversations. And we don't want a chilling effect. In fact, we want it to get warm right away and stay that way for the 3 days or whatever time it takes. We just say 3 days in case it takes, it always does. We just don't know how long the third day is going to be. That's the caveat. So everything that's produced by the planning team will be public. And this may come as a surprise to you. They're going to walk out of there after the end of 3 days with about 3 sheets of paper, and on which there'll be a whole bunch of sentences, each of which has profound meaning to the people who wrote them, and there'll be unanimous consent that this is the goal and the general path to achieve the goal, and we want the community. We are the community. They reflect the community. We want the rest of the people in this community, and we need the rest of the people in this community to work with us on that. So everything will be public that's produced. Conversations that occur to produce it are private. And one of the protocols is what we say in these planning teams and who says what remains private. Our agreements will be public. There are several protocols. I'm not going to take the time tonight that the members of the core team are asked to consent to at the beginning. And actually before the beginning, we'll make them public, because if somebody says, I'm not going to be on a planning team if I have to listen to somebody, I just want to talk, then we say, well, you're in the wrong group. So we're not going to select you. So we pre-select people who are predisposed to set aside their own position on an issue and be willing to share it, but not defend it to the death. If people came with their minds made up, there's no reason to have a conversation. They could have mailed it in. And so the protocols are really important, and they agree. They talk about what we say here stays here. What we agree with is public, and we support it publicly, without attribution to who said it, who brought it up.
So, Mr. Barone, you brought up, or Jamie may have brought up the fact that the environment changes. And based on what you just described, have you done this over the past 11 months? And how does it work in the midst of a global pandemic?
No, I haven't done it. I have not done it. My colleague, Teresa, has done it internationally over Zoom. And I don't know how she's doing it because I really don't know that it's possible. And she says it's really a struggle, and it's a much more limited group of people, and there's all kinds of technology problems. In the United States, it'd be hard to do it, not just for COVID, but I think the political environment has been such that it would have been difficult to get people in a room to set politics aside. We were able to do it in the past, but this last year has been. I mean, I'm old, and I've never seen anything like this before. I've done a lot of stuff, so. I don't know that Jamie and I have talked about this before, members of the staff. I don't know if they're on this call or not. Even though the calendar's laid out there, there's a proximity issue that matters. It's not trivial. Physical proximity in these conversations is essential. And if the situation is such that that's not possible, we would say we would not want to go forward with it until it is possible. And that even begins with the World Cafes, the cafes that I think Jamie mentioned at the outset. The cafes, and if you could picture, I've never, I should say, I've been to France, but I've never been to a French cafe where you see them with a little red white checkered tablecloth sitting outside, 4 people at a table. And that's what I want you to imagine, a room full of tables. Each table has 4 people at it, and maybe let's just imagine we've had it with 500 people in the room, so that's a lot of tables. And each table is made up of people who don't know each other, and they're given a question and a process by which they're all to respond to the question, where notes are taken, and they're leaned in and they're close. In this situation, they'd have to be masked if we're doing it today, but they're close enough where they can see each other, look each other in the eye. And they had this intimate conversation and everybody in the room is having a conversation on the same questions, but they're having it only in groups of 4. At a certain time, 3 people are asked to stand up and sit down at a different table. So you don't need any more tables. It's like musical chairs, except there's a chair for everybody. And depends on how you go about. Another question is asked, and the 4 people share their concepts. And these are deep questions, and they're questions that they're designed to reveal what people care about, what they love about the community, what they'd hate to lose in the community, what their highest aspiration is for the community. And they share that with each other. And the intimacy of those conversations, where there's no right or wrong answer, there's no pushback, there's just a sense of I didn't know you felt that way. I never thought of it that way. I see that too. That kind of conversation among strangers in a setting like that is priceless. And then they'll have those 3 or 4 of those, and by the end of the cafe, the information that's gathered through the notes is valuable. And the relationships that form are also valuable. And a sense of we as a community is different than it was when they came in the room. They leave with a different sense of we than we came in. And that requires proximity. And so does the planning process. And so back to your question, how have we done in the last 11 months? Nope.
Thank you. That's helpful. Yeah. See Councilmember Beloga with his hand up. Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, you took one of my questions, so I'm going to just follow up on that. Okay, Steve, are you really saying that we could be looking at a start date of rather than January 2021, late second or early third quarter, depending upon the state of the virus.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, was that a question you're asking me that?
Yes.
Yeah, there's no way, I don't see any way possible that we could start it. Did you say January 21, this month?
That January 2021 was the calendar that
Yeah.
started.
Okay, the one I saw earlier on the slide, I think it started a little bit later, unless you're starting today. Then we start starting the preliminary conversations.
Yeah, that's kind of the implication is that, we approve and get started.
Yeah. Yeah, but the first face-to-face encounters would be when it's possible. So,
And Mr. Mayor and council members, the timeline has that occurring starting in like July and August. So that we've thought through that as well, and have also consulted with public health, and obviously Dr. Kelly has said, we're going to continue to follow MDH and CDC guidelines, but with the expected pace of vaccine rollout, we're hopeful that July and August is a reasonable time frame.
The core team and that group would be in September. Okay.
Yep.
Thanks for showing that slide. That's instructive.
The team I didn't mention, I think I want to come back to that, is the teams that work on the actions. Planning is big ideas, yet you got to do something to accomplish them. So the actions, I don't know what to put that. These are some broad statements that may or may not be important, but I think they're important. The long-term plan does not require any creativity at all. There's no creativity in a mission at all. People get all confused and think they have a mission that no one else in the world has ever heard of before. And that's not the case. A mission is a commitment to the future that people care deeply about. It's a simple, it's a short sentence, but there's nothing simple about it. The creativity comes in with strategies. So world peace is not creative. How to achieve it is very creative. Getting rid of the COVID virus is not a creative goal. How we achieve it is going to be creative. So the planning group is the one that develops the long-term commitment. It's the people who work on the strategies and the actions. That's where people with particular expertise, with creative ideas, the willingness to invent procedures or solutions, or meld two that were never melded before in a way that produces a result that is only possible in the presence of a common goal, and only possible in the presence of people who do not think alike. And you're building into the process people who do not think alike with a common goal. And that's where the magic is. Common goal and a diversity of perspectives. So I don't want to, people think the core team is where all the heroes are. And there are people there that make a lot of important proposals, but it's the strategies. If I were to start my life over again, I spend a little bit of time on the goal and the rest of the time on the how. So that's exciting, and that's inventive and creative and experimental, and that requires a ton of energy and perseverance.
Well, Mr. Barone, so what I understand you to be saying is that the work of the group starts in July, August, and there are no touch points with council until the adoption or the presentation is made to council.
No, I can't see
6 months later.
I can't see who's speaking. Who's speaking? Is that Jack? I see a name, but I can't. Who just asked that question?
Yes, that's Councilmember Belogo asked that question.
Belogo, yeah. So I call you. I'm kind of informal. I call you Jack, Mr. Belogo. Thank you for asking.
I prefer Jack, Steve.
Oh, good. I prefer Steve. That would be a huge mistake. The only touch points were ones you mentioned. At every single board meeting during this whole process, we recommend that somebody, and it could be a member of the board who's in the process or a member of the staff, there'll be somebody who's assigned, at least one person who's assigned to be the internal manager of the process. It won't be Jamie. It will be somebody that's probably the most valuable employee that you have, that knows how to manage things, that can do logistics, scheduling, and all that. there should be a brief progress report at every board meeting of how this thing's going. Everything's transparent right from the get-go.
Thank you. And then this passes muster with the Minnesota open meeting laws.
Mr. Mayor and council members, the process that was used before when I worked with Mr. Baroni previously, it did. And I know that Steve has worked with other school districts in the state of Minnesota as well. And to my knowledge, they haven't had any issues with the open meeting law.
Yeah, we worked with Portland, Oregon, Indianapolis, Indiana, Kissimmee, Florida, Titusville, Florida, some other.
Sure, but each state has their own
right.
set of laws.
Right.
I was more interested in how it how your process complies to the Minnesota meeting laws. And Jamie has answered that to my satisfaction.
Yep.
Good.
Council, additional questions? We're having all kinds of technical glitches here, so I can't see you raising your hand. So if you have a question, just please kind of speak up if you've got a question here.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I forgive me if I just missed it. If this question was asked and I just didn't hear it. Is the intent so this would come before the city council for approval? You know, obviously there will be council members on the core planning team, but would the council be able to amend this, or is it just a straight up or down vote?
Technically, the council can do anything it wants. But if you ask my experience, no council or board has ever changed it because they wouldn't be able to improve it. Meaning that they would implement their thinking over the consensus of this group of people who reflect the community. And this is going to sound a little bit harsh. They reflect the community more than you do. More than, I mean not you personally, but more than the board does. They weren't elected. They didn't have people vote against them. They were selected because they reflect the mosaic of Bloomington. And I don't know what that means in Bloomington, but I know it means something different in Bloomington than it means in Elk River. And
thank you. That's helpful. And I guess one final comment I have, Councilmember Martin raised this issue as well. I am just with what we have seen, the unpredictability with elections, I'm very, very nervous about a January 2022 approval date. Not that I doubt anyone who could get elected to the city council as far as their motives, but I think we are essentially trusting people to, in addition to running for office, which is a time-consuming endeavor, and doing all the things that come along with campaigning, to follow along with this process and be familiar enough with the deliberations and so on, in addition to learning all of the new things that come with being a brand new council member, and voting on this within a month of getting sworn in. That seems a little bit problematic to me, to be honest. And I understand the timeline is what it is, and maybe it can be changed, maybe it can't. But that just is a bit of a red flag for me.
Can I speak to that a little bit? Jamie, I think you talked about it a little bit a minute ago, but let me talk about that. The timing issue always comes up, always. And in this case, it's coming up under the auspices of an election. But sometimes it comes up under the auspices of union contracts. Sometimes it comes under the auspices of budget. Getting in sync with you either plan your budget or you budget your plan. And most people plan a budget. When you do strategic planning, you budget the plan. So in other words, you have a plan to say how we can allocate our resources to implement the first phases of it, as opposed to how much money we got left over to run the system. We'll give that to the plan. So there's always there's no perfect time to plan. So the question you're bringing up, though, our experience is that if you keep this plan transparent and the people on it are known, and that people who are interested in running for office will realize getting behind it or understanding it, being familiar with it, being able to talk about it is an advantage. And we have, in my experience, on probably 300 or more institutions, I don't recall a single one where there was a board election where someone ran against plan. Not one. Sometimes they ran ignorant of the plan to their peril, because by the time it gets to that part, members of the community, all those 25 people and the staff of the city government and the board and all your families and the people on the action teams, they know about it. And so if a candidate says, I never heard of it, and meet the candidate night, that is not usually work well for them in candidacy. There's always an exception. This has been an unusual period of American history, for me at least, and there may be somebody want to run against something. But there's no perfect time, so sometimes you just do it when you think it's the best time available. I can't answer the question what's the perfect for Bloomington, but my experience is it's not been weaponized any time that I have done this with. And I could talk to Teresa. We don't always work on the same team. Sometimes she works with clients that I don't work with. But, she's never reported to me, my colleague Teresa, the situation that you just described. It's good to worry about stuff.
So, Mr. Mayor and council members, I recognize we still have agenda items we need to work through tonight. Here's what I would recommend if council is generally comfortable with this conversation, is to ask me to bring back project scoping, right? So the same way that we chartered the Community Budget Advisory Committee is to scope out what this process would look like, factoring in the community engagement and the communications and much more detail on the schedule and further details about the process for how we might establish the criteria for participants and how we would go through the identification of prospective participants and selection process and all those things, so that the council can get comfortable with those questions as well. So not asking you to say, yes, absolutely, let's go forward today. What I'm suggesting is that we put together the plan of how we would go forward and then see if it meets the expectations of council of how we would do that. And we'll bring that back probably within another 4 to 6 weeks to keep us on schedule. How does that sound?
That sounds good. You did bring up one of the topic that I wanted to at least address or talk about tonight. If we've heard from the council and support for putting the Community Budget Advisory Committee back together again. Mm-hmm. Do we have the staff bandwidth to do both of these projects?
We have factored this process into the work plan for the co-ed team. Okay. And for those other staff that'll be involved, we have factored this into that.
Okay, good to know. Council, does that sound reasonable as we move forward on this? Councilmember Martin?
Thank you. Yeah, this is more just clerical, I think. I appreciate city manager and staff. After our previous discussion coming back with the language around approval and council kind of being where the buck stops with the whole process, I'll just note in the packet materials, I think some of this needs to be updated. There's still quite a bit of language, especially in the section, what is the role and responsibility of the city council, of us pre-consenting to the report passed by the core planning. So especially since folks in the community are going to be referring to this to understand the process, it looks like we have some adjusting to do throughout on language.
Yep, I can certainly make those modifications. I've heard the council's concern in that regard, and we'll make those changes.
Council, anything else? We're going to get nodding approval that we would like staff to bring back scoping out of this in the next 4 to 6 weeks. I'm hearing all those heads nod, so I'm going to take that as a yes. So thank you so very much.
Steve, thank you for joining us tonight.
Yes, Mr. Baroni, thank you. Appreciate it.
I look forward to meeting you folks, and take care.
Sometime, hopefully in the near future in person. We'd like that very much.
Great. Okay. Take care. Bye-bye.
We move on to item 8.3 on our agenda, which is a discussion of our 2021 Planning Commission work plan. And this is one thing that we do on a yearly basis, trying to figure out what the Planning Commission and ultimately then the Planning Department and ultimately the city ends up doing. So we have with us tonight Mr. Markegard and Ms. Farnham to talk us through. Good evening. I see Mr. Markegard. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Busse, council members. I want to start by introducing John Solberg. Chairman Solberg is the chair of the Planning Commission, and he is here tonight both to listen to your discussion and to answer any questions that you might have about the Planning Commission. Julie Farnham and myself will present the item, and then we have some questions we'll follow up with you on. And I believe Ms. Farnham will start the presentation.
But before she does, I'd like to welcome Mr. Solberg. Thanks for joining us. Mr. Chair, glad you're here with us tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, please, Ms. Farnham, please get us started.
Yeah, so
thank you. I'm just some technical question here. Do I share my screen? Is that how this works?
yeah,
I'll
just
try that.
there we go. Share the PowerPoint, or you can share the screen.
Yeah, let's see. I want that down. Here we go. Can you see that?
We can, thank you.
Yes, we can.
So next slide, please. So a couple things new for 2020. Obviously, the Planning Commission has been meeting remotely, and we're looking at ways to continue to utilize WebEx even when we're back in person, both to limit the need for applicants to travel from out of state and also to provide better public input and easier public input opportunities. Also new for 2020, we established a mentorship program. We have 2 new commissioners that started in July, and we have linked them with retired commissioners, and they've been meeting frequently to have a mentorship opportunity. Have received very good feedback on that, so we will continue that for future years. A couple new things new for 2021. The Planning Commission has followed in the City Council's footsteps and will be televising all study meetings and study items, and has adopted an 11 p.m. stop time. We did have a couple budget impacts that impact our capacity on our work plan. We had a new planner position that was added in 2020. It was never filled, but it has been eliminated for 2021. And then we've shifted a second long-range planning position to be 20% for the Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Next slide. So in terms of 2020 accomplishments, clearly it was a very busy year for the Planning Commission, given the number of plans, rezonings, code amendments, and certainly a significant amount of development. I won't go into detail on the annual report, given that the City Council experiences almost all of these projects themselves, and if they haven't come to you, they soon will. Next slide. So how do we come up with an annual work plan? Well, first, we take all of the projects that have been suggested throughout the year by the City Council, or by the Planning Commission, or by staff members. And we take each of those projects and we calculate an hours estimate, a rough hours estimate for each project. And then we compare that hours estimate with the staff capacity to work on those projects. And based on that supply and demand, we put together a draft, which is then reviewed by the Planning Commission and by the City Council. And the Planning Commission did review what's before you at their December meeting and recommends approval of it. So that plan includes a variety of projects. Some are carryover projects from 2020. These are projects that take over a year to complete, or maybe they were started mid-year or late in the year. So because they were in the 2020 plan, we include them in the 2021 plan. Next slide. Then we have a variety of new projects. And Ms. Farnham will walk through each of these, tell you a little bit about them, and then we'll follow up with some questions. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Farnham at this point.
Thanks, Glenn, for laying that foundation, and Mayor and council members, good evening. I'm going to go through the 2021 proposed projects relatively quickly. You do have descriptions in the packet materials, but please stop me if you need more clarification. But in the interest of time, I'm going to go fairly quickly. First, though, I wanted to just give a brief overview of engagement. And I believe you're familiar with this spectrum, this engagement spectrum. And in fact, we included this in your packet, and we tried to populate it with some common planning type activities and illustrate where they fall on this spectrum. For the most part, planning projects tend to fall in the consult and the involve. So under consult are things like ordinance, code amendments, and under involve, you might have things like some of the plans, like the comp plan or the Lindale plan. Once in a while, we get to a level of collaborate, but that's a little bit more rare. So just jumping into the projects. So the little double-headed arrow in the corner represents that this is a carryover from 2020. So first up here is a temporary pandemic housing. This is the creation of a new permit process, and we've been working on that here for the last several months, and it will be coming before you next week. This is a code amendment to incorporate state statute requirements into our code so that it's easily referenced. And we made good progress on this in 2020, and hopefully in the first half of the year, we'll get this to you in public hearing. The self-storage standards, as you know, there's a moratorium placed on back in June. A study was completed and direction was given on what amendments to make. Staff's in the process of finalizing that ordinance, and that will be coming before you here in March and April for hearings. Sign ordinance. We had some start on this in the last year. This is a very large project, and it will definitely go into 2022. We are looking to kind of wait until about mid-year to get going on this, in part because we think the engagement piece is really important, and we want to be able to do that when we have some opportunity to do, hopefully, to do some face-to-face engagement. Energy benchmarking and time of sale disclosure. This is a project that's being led by the sustainability staff in public works, and planning was at the table. This was something that was going on pretty much throughout 2020 and is going into 2021. It's my understanding council will be giving some direction here in the next few weeks, and then looking to do some engagement in the first half of 2021. Planning will be part of that internal team that's working on this. Should council direct some code amendments, planning will kind of take the lead from there and draft those code amendments, move that forward. Updating landscape and tree preservation standards. This is a fairly narrowly focused project. It's kind of considered a cleanup to remove any barriers or update practices so that they reflect best practices. It's kind of a subset of this project, which has got started. Again, this one is being led by a sustainability staff, but planning has been involved with this. We started meeting with other communities in the fall here to try to coordinate best practices and standards. Other communities in the metro we're all at different places. Some are ahead of us. We're kind of at the beginning stage, trying to learn from each other and also coordinate. And this process may result in, towards the end of the year, some direction from council as to what potentially to amend the code to add some standards around sustainable building and site and landscaping and such. We have several kind of smaller projects that were suggested to us. reviewing and potentially updating our multifamily parking standards. This is a situation where our standards have, we get a lot of requests for flexibility. So we thought it would be a good time to take a look at those standards. Similarly, updating our accessory dwelling unit standards. A lot has changed since we adopted our standards in 2008. There's a lot more understanding of these. There's a lot more design understanding of these. And so we thought it would be a good time to take a look at these. Also, because there's more interest in ADUs as an optional form of housing. Likewise, to try to identify or remove barriers to new single-family development, particularly like an infill development, this project would look at some of our standards regarding single and two family, things like lot sizes, lot widths, and such, so that we could remove any barriers that there might be to allow for more infill. Every year we do this annual miscellaneous issues ordinance, and that's pretty self-explanatory. You're familiar, you've seen this, so you're familiar with that. Rezonings. At this point in time, we do not have any city-initiated rezonings or regarding identified. I would point out that the Lindale retrofit project, which will be coming before you soon, does recommend some proactive rezoning. So depending on the direction from the council and the timing that you want to put on that, there might be some rezonings that would move forward in 2021 coming out of that plan. Moving on here to other plans and special projects. So this is the Parks Master Plan, obviously being led by Parks. Planning has been at the table throughout the process over the last year plus, and this project is wrapping up here, and the planning role is fairly small. We're just trying to coordinate and also be a sounding board. I just mentioned the Lindale Suburban Retrofit. Obviously, we did the bulk of the work on this project back in 2020. We're at the draft stage, reviewing the draft. We were at a Planning Commission study session just last week, and we'll be coming in front of council 2 weeks from now. And hopefully moving forward to adoption and public hearings in March and April. The Congress for New Urbanism Legacy Project, you might recall, was a week-long design charrette project. It was kind of a small project related to the Congress for New Urbanism annual conference that was going to take place in St. Paul last year, but COVID kind of derailed that. This is a joint project with the city of Richfield. And we were all teed up and ready to go with our workshop at the end of March last year. And of course, we had to pull the plug on that. And so the consultant has done a lot of work. We've recently re-engaged with them, and we were planning to move forward with some virtual stakeholder meetings, some virtual community engagement, and hope to wrap this project up in April. Hotel conversion study. So staff have been approached by some of our hotel owners who are interested in converting primarily to residential uses. And with the changes in hotel market and residential markets and whatnot, we thought it would be a good time to step back and take a more holistic look at this, especially given how important and how many hotels we have here in Bloomington. Updating the commercial redevelopment priorities. This was a project that planning and worked in partnership with the HRA. Back in 2017, we went through a prioritization process. And again, given changes in particularly the retail market and housing market, we thought it would be maybe worthwhile to take another look at what those criteria were, those prioritizing criteria, and maybe revisit that. Health in All Policies is a initiative. It's really at this point a staff work group, and planning is participating in that. This is led by public health, and I know that they're in the process of hiring staff who will be leading this process. It It may lead to some code amendments, in which case it's a very good chance that planning would take the lead on that aspect of it. Either way, planning will be at the table as part of the work group because it is a multi-departmental work group. The South Loop Alternative Urban Area-Wide Review. This is a form of environmental review, and it's done at a district-wide scale to identify potential projects that might trigger mandatory EAW or EIS. And by reviewing them in a whole through an area-wide review, if individual projects come up that would trigger an EAW, and as long as they're covered under, if they've been studied under the AUAR, they don't have to go through a separate EAW or EIS process. So to keep our AUAR current and intact, we have to update it every 5 years. So it'll be coming due for its update in roughly May of 2022. So later this year, we want to start pulling together some of the base information to update everything. We want to do some outreach to property owners just to make sure that we've got all the expectations about properties correct. Planning is involved in a lot of kind of ongoing initiatives. Some of the big ones are housing, and especially over the last few years, planning has been working very closely with our HRA staff on a lot of the housing initiatives, the OHO, the NOAA efforts, the BHAT, the Bloomington Housing Action Team, pulling together and tracking data. And so we will continue to do that. Another area of ongoing initiatives is around engagement and equity. There's an internal engagement and facilitation group that meets on a regular basis. Also recently started are the citywide departmental, actually, racial equity action teams. And so we've got planning staff at the table for all of those things. I would also mention that we do continue to work on sustainability issues that arise, but again, we're not the lead typically on those. The Planning Commission was interested in taking a more active role with regard to at least review and weighing in on transportation and transit initiatives. Public Works put together a list of potential projects here in 2021. Planning has traditionally been at the table. Usually what happens in these projects, when they're led by Public Works Engineering, but they usually have internal work groups, and there is usually a planner on those internal work groups. So we would continue to provide that participation as well. So as Glenn was explaining kind of how we go about figuring this out, we always have more projects than we have time to do. So we have our list of potential future projects, and some of them have been on this list for a while. Some are new. And there are two here, the ones in orange, that were on our actually 2019 and 2020 work plans, and then the city council did direct us to put a hold on those indefinitely, in large part because of the pandemic and some of the impacts from the pandemic. So that's the food truck standards and the short-term rental standards. So one of the questions that I'm going to have here is, when I get to the questions here shortly, is whether or not you want to keep those on hold, keep those on our future list for now, maybe revisit them in 2022, or do you want to move them forward in 2021, or any of these other projects? Do you think they're a higher priority than some of the other projects that I just went through? And if so, we can juggle some things around. We'll have to try to kind of balance out those hours. So this is a graphic that we try to put things into a calendar just to see how things are laying out. And what we're calling first priority are all carryover projects. Those are the ones in green. And the thing I want to point out is that the vast majority of those are anticipated to be completed before June or by the middle of the year. The ones in blue are kind of the second priority. Most of those are new projects. There's a couple carryovers, and you know, we have some suggested scheduling of meetings here, but you know, that's really, I mean, council may decide that the priority that we have on these is, you can change that. I guess it's open for discussion. Which brings us to the questions. Should any of the projects on either the 2021 or 22 list be just taken off? Do you think, are there any there that you just don't think we should proceed with? Should any other projects be added? Is there something here that we haven't thought about that you think is a priority that we should be pushing forward in 2021? Should there be any prioritization of the projects? Again, is there anything just within 2021, or are there any 2022 or future projects that should be moved forward in 2021? And if so, what projects should be delayed? And finally, and I know we didn't get into detail on this, but should the level of engagement be modified on any of the projects? So with that, I will open it up for any questions.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciate it. Council, any questions, suggestions, or anything related to the 4 questions on the end of the presentation here? One thing I'll weigh in on, the 2 that have been carried over for the past couple of years, both food trucks and short-term rentals. I do think we need to, I don't think we need to accelerate those in any way, but I think we need to keep them on the work plan and continue to look at them. I think it's, they were there for a reason, and we wanted to talk about them for a reason. Just because of the pandemic doesn't mean they are less of something we wanted to talk about. I don't know that it was absolutely right here and now that we should put them in there, but I think we should at least keep them on the list and take a look at how things look over the next 4, 8, 12 months and find time to discuss them at some point.
Thank you.
Councilmember Coulter?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I think Councilmember Nelson's hand was up before mine. If he wants to go first, I don't want to.
My apologies. He was down off the bottom of my screen. I did not see that. So yes, thank you. Councilmember Nelson and then Councilmember Coulter.
Councilmember Coulter can go first, either way. Not that urgent.
Too late for chivalry, gentlemen. Councilmember Nelson.
All right. So to address question number 2, should other projects be added? The one thing that I've heard a lot of discussion on the council of is a comprehensive strategy and plan for home ownership opportunities within our community, to protect those, to see what we can do to get more times in multifamily projects. Are we using TIF and some of the other tools that we have in the right way to get the right mix of things? And then, you know, there's a ton of other issues in regards to that, but from my perspective, that is something I would like to see in the work plan for this year, is to come up with that plan, because the reality is we're going to continue to have a stream of development, residential development projects coming forward. And I think it would be a shame if they were all rental. We're not able to find a way to find some ownership opportunities for people.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. We were just chatting with microphones off here, wondering if that officially falls under the Planning Commission, or if that would be in a more of an economic development kind of thing, or exactly where it fits. And so I would ask for staff feedback on that. Agree with Councilmember Nelson's sentiments there. It has been brought up on a number of different occasions. Just wondering if this is exactly where it would fit.
Sure, Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Nelson. I know that the HRA is in the process of looking at kind of a strategic plan and a work plan, but they're not done with that yet. This is clearly a project that would be a joint project where planning would assist, and it might be led by HRA. Specifically, if we're talking about some of the doing an assessment of some of the tools that we have. You mentioned things like TIF and whatnot, because those tools are really they're the tools that the HRA uses. So I don't know if any of the council members that serve also on the HRA, if they have any insights, or perhaps Mr. Markegard has some insights in conversations with the HRA director about the work plan. I do know that we've been in contact with them, and I do know that their work plan is not firmed up yet, but others may have more information than I do.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Beloga?
If I could?
Please.
Julie, you're spot on with your comments about the HRA. We're doing a strategic plan. We've had one meeting, and we're in the process of scheduling the second, and I would imagine we'll have yet a third. But that is one of the focuses of the group, to add more ownership in housing in years going forward. So the HRA will be addressing that. I suspect that the planning department will need to be involved at some point, but we don't see that yet because, of course, it's just a strategic plan. So we're not down into individual work items and that sort of thing at this point.
Thank you, Councilmember Beloga. And I just want to also make clear that, I had on the screen a slide called housing initiatives. And when we kind of figure out our hours, we do have these sort of buckets that are undefined. But, so it's all kind of housing related, because we know that planning gets called to assist on various projects like that. So this might very well fall into that. So we actually do factor in some hours for those, what we call ongoing initiatives. So just so that you know that.
Fair enough. Thank you. That's helpful. Thanks, Councilmember Beloga. Thanks, Ms. Farnham, for clarifying that. So I think bottom line, Councilmember Nelson, yes, in somebody's work plan, I think it's a priority. It's going to be a priority for this next year. And I'm sure it'll be at least a couple of different areas working together. Councilmember Coulter and then Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. And Julie, you spoke a little bit to the first question I was going to ask, and it sounds like there may well be some rezoning involved with the Lindale Avenue retrofit strategy, and I'm hopeful that this Portland Avenue project can get up and running too, because that was the proactive rezoning work that we've done. I think has been really, really good over the last year, and this was something I spoke to a few weeks ago as well, and I just don't want to. I would like to see us continue that forward momentum, because I think it's been really, really positive. And then the only other comments I have, in addition, of course, to what Councilmember Nelson mentioned on housing issues, I'm really glad to see a review of multifamily parking standards in here. I know it's probably opening up something of a Pandora's box, but to the extent that we can look even beyond multifamily housing, but to commercial parking requirements as well. I have been on the record, as others have, that I think we are vastly overparked in the city of Bloomington. So to the extent that we can get a more realistic picture of not only what other cities are doing, but what our real need is in terms of parking, I think that's going to be really, really important moving forward. And then the single family and two family housing, residential standards. I'm glad to see that on there as well. So thank you.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just real briefly, because this ties to a lot of broader conversations. I guess I would put a little more weight on the updating the commercial redevelopment priorities, only because I know as a council, we've floated wanting to discuss more in depth, whether it's ideas like centers of community throughout Bloomington, or discussions that we have around, say, the facilities condition index, and maybe new buildings that are going to have to go up in the future. I do just think it would be kind of neat to be able to line up a lot of those conversations and see if the city can serve to spark some of these redevelopment opportunities, or perhaps serve as an anchor tenant if that helps get some of these redevelopment opportunities off the ground. So again, that ties to a lot of really amorphous conversations right now, but maybe just keeping in the back of our heads when those will be back in front of council, and how far along the update to these priorities is going to be at the time that they do. Would be interesting.
Sure. Councilmember Martin, I just want to say that I think that project could even start. We're somewhat waiting on the outcome of the HRA strategic sessions. But if that is agreed as a priority there, we can certainly put staff on that sooner than later.
Thank you.
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that our discussions about the buffers between industrial and residential needs to be addressed. And I think one of the ways to do it is to look at our industrial zoning areas. And that is not on the map yet, but I would like to have some conversation on adding that project and its prioritization among other council members.
Ms. Farnham, was that contemplated to fit in anything else on a more broad scale, or do we need to specify it very specific, very definitely what Councilmember Beloga is talking about and what the council has been talking about over the past couple of months here in terms of those buffer areas between residential and light and or heavier industrial areas?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Beloga. No, that was not specifically, it doesn't really fall under one of the other things. I'm going to just switch back to this might be a little bit easier. Yeah, so that was not on our list for 2021. We could certainly put it on there. And in doing so, we might need to push something else back. So if you have some thoughts about what are the things that you think could get pushed, delayed, what would be your priority for which ones to maybe push back, that would be helpful.
Councilmember Beloga, any thoughts? I mean, as I'm looking here, did you say that the AUAR update, is that mandated? Is that legislatively mandated, or is that a nice to have as opposed to a must have?
Mayor Bussey, that is mandated. We have to have that updated by May of 2022. That said, that's not a huge amount of hours. I'm not, certainly not in 2021. The bulk of it would be in 2022. So it could be that, and you know, I could dig out how many hours we're talking about here if you give me a second.
Well, I think we're just talking possibilities here and some suggestions.
Yep. So that would be something, because quite frankly, the last update that we did was very thorough. And so I don't know that we'll have to spend a lot of time on that this year. I just don't know that will buy enough space on the calendar to fit in on this other thing. But we could certainly get going. We could delay the or prioritize moving forward with this industrial buffers study over the AUAR.
I think it might be a worthwhile thing, as you said, just to get going on it and to make sure that we have this up on the priority list because as I said, we have heard about this from just about every council member over the past few meetings here, and so I think it would be something that we could move ahead of. If we can move the AUAR into 2022 and move this up a bit, it would be, I think, the thing to do.
I agree, Mr. Mayor, and think that's a good trade-off. And, you know, I tend to sort of oversimplify things at times, but, you know, my thought that I would share with everyone for just consideration of how to go about this is to add on the perimeter where there is, you know, a couple blocks from a residential area, that we add a new zoning to the, you know, the industrial, and it's a lower environmental impact area. So it'd be more prone to storage rather than manufacturing and other noise creating operations, if that makes sense.
No, it does, I think, Councilmember Belogan. I think we've at least started that conversation preliminarily. We had that conversation, I know, on Penn Avenue, for example, as we had some of those discussions. So agree with you, and I think we can perhaps build off some of the work that's already in place and have the planning staff and the planning commission take a look at that.
Great, thank you.
Sure, and if Mayor and Councilmember Beloga, if I could just get a little bit more clarity, and what I'm hearing you say is that part of this would be, or one of the outcomes could potentially be a new kind of a lower intensity district of industrial uses that are sort of maybe quasi industrial, or that would be more suitable in closer proximity to residential uses. Am I getting that correctly?
Yes. So
okay,
that we have border areas, we have the higher intensity in the center, and then the lower intensity for noise and other kinds of things that affect neighbors on the perimeter.
Mm-hmm. And I would say that, you know, the good news here is that I think some of the work that's been done with the self-storage and some of the work that was done in just over a year ago in the industrial district updates, I mean, we may be able to hit the ground kind of running on this.
Absolutely.
So
I think you're right that there is a lot of foundation laid for this, and we want to use that to build on it.
Yep. Okay.
But I will add, and I agree with what you both just said there in terms of what I think we're envisioning and talking about and looking at. But I think it might be a little trickier than what we're envisioning here, because what you just described is basically a call center, which is what, you know, was the issue with the Verizon location. And so we might, you know, this might take a little bit more thought in terms of not just the type of industry or the type of use in that land area, but how it's used and exactly what it entails, you know. And so it could be a bit more complicated, I think, than simply what we're simply thinking about now. But I will leave it to the planning staff and the planning commission, because I've got complete confidence in you.
And Mayor and Council, this also seems to fit a little bit with one of the recommendations that you will see in the Lindale plan about exploring the creation of a kind of a transitional zone, transitional industrial, where, you know, things like the live work or even some, you know, quasi-industrial or non-industrial uses might be allowed in certain areas that so anyway, but you'll see that coming, and there might be a way that, you know, to advance that recommendation as well as part of this. So just a thought.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Councilmember Lohman, a question.
Just some statements here. I know we're getting close on time here. I want to be mindful that 11 o'clock cutoff period here is coming ever so quickly. We've got a lot of agenda items left yet here. So when we look at the planning piece, I guess what I would say is in terms of the hotel conversion is the piece that I have the interest in trying to get ahead of that that economic situation. Councilmember Beloga already mentioned that the buffer piece. I had a question about in this plan. I don't see necessarily anything laid out for the sustainable building standards work group in terms of is it just that that's looking to go all the way through next year and then that stuff would come back to council in the next year, or is there just not been a lot of thinking about that? I know we're talking about sustainability, but I just wanted to know if there just hasn't been any concrete plans as to when that would come back to council, and that's why that's not listed.
Councilmember Lohman, that's absolutely correct. We are just started meeting with other communities, and so we're really at the beginning stages. And once we have something, we're thinking probably mid-year to start to get some feedback and some direction from the commissions and from council, which may or may not be directed to translate into actual code amendments, which would probably be late in the year or potentially a 2022 project.
Is it? I'm not sure where the environmental development projects fit. I don't know if they fit here or if they're in some other list. But certainly I share, as Councilmember Nelson brought forward, this idea of making sure that we have living places for folks to live. They're not just rental, that they're ownership based. That's particularly the reason why I'm interested in that hotel conversion. If those can become condos, I hope that part can be connected to that review when we get ready to do that. And so I guess my question beyond that piece is just where do those economic development pieces go? So for example, we've got those neighborhood business nodes. I know that's kind of been slowed down. Is that still as a part of planning, or is that now part of economic development?
Councilmember Lohman, those are great examples of projects that where we have in the past and we will continue in the future to partner with HRA. So yeah, that's how that has worked historically, and it would work moving forward.
So then, in terms of the timing for that, is there a slot laid out for that, or is it because we don't have leadership at the top there that we're not going to see movement on those areas?
Councilmember Lohman, which one are you? So some of these we have guesstimated some timing on in terms of touching base with commissions and council and whatnot. Some we haven't. And I heard you say the commercial redevelopment priorities, and that's one that we do have. So are you talking about the hotel and the hotel one as well? Is there one in particular that you're interested in?
Yeah, the one I was particularly interested in was the commercial nodes, just those neighborhood nodes. Maybe we're just using different terminology and I missed it that way when I was looking through.
That's what we're calling update commercial redevelopment priorities.
Okay, all right. That name has changed a little bit. I know at one point it was some kind of heart of the city type thing. I can't remember what the area was, but they were basically looking from Penn Avenue all the way down to basically 98th Street over a little bit further west, and that's the piece I'm talking about. So that's that commercial piece that we're talking about.
The commercial node study. We called it the commercial node study in 2017, and if we're talking about the same thing, and that's where there was several criteria and they were ranked. And so this project, which we're now calling Update Commercial Redevelopment Priorities, would relook at those criteria and the prioritization, and potentially look at other nodes as well.
And I'm talking primarily about the Gateway project. That's what I'm referring to.
Okay, the Gateway project. All right. No, that is not specifically on here as a project. The Gateway District was defined as an area within which some projects would be prioritized, in particular, the housing, use of housing, funds. But so that would probably fall more under HRA's scope and not so much planning, although again, it's a planning will, I'm sure, assist in efforts around the Gateway District.
Yeah, and I guess basically my overall flow of things here are economic, the health and all policy fits in the other side of that house. Those are the things that we're going to deal with as we go forward. I don't want to spend any more time. I think you can hear what my priorities are, and they pretty much fit with the other council members.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. Council, anything additional to add? If not, Mr. Markegard, Ms. Farnham, has this been useful? Have you gotten the feedback and the information you need?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. So what I'm hearing you say is you would really like to have a industrial buffer zone on here, and we'll kind of bump back the AUAR update to make some space for that. Otherwise, I'm basically hearing folks say that they like all of the other projects on here. Different people had different priorities, but and then I guess the one other thing that maybe we'll have to make some space for, depending on direction from council, is being more proactive with rezonings. But we'll know more from when the Lindale plan is before you and when the CNU project wraps up. So
very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Solberg, anything to add?
No, I think that was clear direction, and we'll certainly work with our great planning staff and try and move these things through and up to City Council.
Sounds good. Thanks much. Thanks for sticking with us this evening. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
With that, let's move to item 8.4 on our agenda, which is an introductory discussion about the Fleet Garage Site Selection Study. And I see we have joining us here our Maintenance Superintendent, John Bradford, and I believe we've also got our Fleet Manager, Mike Kiem is here, and Carl Keel is here as well. Keim, excuse me. Thank you. Mike Keim.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. As you stated, we're here to we have recently taken upon ourselves. And what we want to start with is a little bit of background about our fleet. So the fleet maintenance garage was actually a private building.
John, can I ask you just 1 second here? If you go up to display settings and click the second one down, I believe it is. Right above your presentation. It's the middle.
Oh, yes. Yep.
Display settings, and I think we can. Right now, we're getting your next slide as well. So.
Oh, I see.
Chris, am I describing this correctly?
Yes, for what I see. John, along the top left-hand corner, we see show taskbar display settings. Click on display settings.
Okay. Here, let me. Okay, display.
There's your cursor. Now we're seeing you.
Nope, that's me.
Can you do it?
Okay. Are you still getting the three, the next slide?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And I apologize for not being a professional at this.
That's all right. Do you see the word display settings? On our screen, it's black with white lettering that says display settings. It's not in the
It's not in the
PowerPoint.
presentation.
It's
Yep,
above it.
it's up on the saving bar.
Yep. There you go, right
There you
there.
go. Click there.
All right.
Swap. There you go.
There we go. Is
You
that
got
better
it.
for you all?
That solved it. Yes.
Perfect. Well done. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. So the fleet maintenance garage was originally built as a private industrial building back in 1966. The city purchased it in 1985, and the engineering and fleet maintenance portions of Public Works. When the Public Works building expanded in 2002, one additional bay was attached, but at the time, additional improvements were needed, but the city could not afford them at that time. The primary impetus for this are the safety concerns and the cramped spaces that are in there. And it's been noted in several studies that we've done. Chess, which is our safety consultant, their evaluation in 2014 noted the safety concerns with the cramped space and exiting the facility during an emergency situation. The Codet Fleet Study in 2017 also noted the cramped spaces, as well as the Matrix Fleet Maintenance Services Evaluation in 2019. The recommendations of both the Codet and Matrix studies were more repair bays that were significantly larger than what we have now. In the CIP, we have about $25.1 million between 2022 and 2023 for this project. And so we're presenting it before you today because the project will take a considerable amount of time to develop. There are property decisions that need to be made, design that will take most of 2022, and then construction beginning in 2023 for this project. So we're introducing it now so that we can bring back to council some property decisions in the future. So comparing our fleet back in 1981, which was just a couple of years before we purchased the building, to our 2021 fleet, we had 350 pieces of equipment versus 588 pieces of equipment. But the real significant one is the and back in 1981, we were 35 feet long. Now we have 25 and they're 40 feet long. Back in 1981, we had 23 pieces of equipment that was considered oversized for the bays. And now we have 87 pieces of equipment that are oversized for the bays. Previously, we had 8 mechanics and now we have 9. Here's a picture of the Bloomington Fleet Maintenance Study. And I'd like to take this moment to invite council to come look at the facility. We'd love to give you a tour. And if you'd like, we can set one up either virtually or in person. But you can see the close proximities that these trucks need to get to. And our mechanics literally need to climb over the equipment to get from one side of the garage to the other. They also noted that, especially in the wintertime when we have our wing plows on, it's really difficult to work around these things. And again, this is what the garage looks like when it's snowing and we have pieces of equipment in to fix to get back out and resume plowing. The next few slides show our neighboring communities fleet facilities. So this is the Edina fleet facility that was remodeled back in 2010. And the biggest differences that you see is the open spaces around the equipment. This is the Richfield Fleet Facility, 2007. And other facilities in the area, the Woodbury Fleet Maintenance Facility on the right is the Wright County Fleet Facility in 2016. Washington County on the left and Anoka County on the right. And again, the biggest difference that you see is plenty of space between the vehicles on the front end and on the sides. So the design parameters for a fleet facility were laid out in the fleet study, fleet maintenance service delivery study that was done in 2019. Their recommendation is to have 14 large vehicle bays where we currently have 2, 8 small vehicle bays where we currently have 7. And their recommendation was to include fire vehicle maintenance to be done on site with the rest of the vehicles for efficiencies, which is an additional, we do have 1 offsite bay currently at Fire Station 1. So that's a total of 22 bays, which would include the fire vehicle space. So last year we did a study with HCM Architects, Laux Engineering, and RJM Cost Estimating to look at 9 options on 7 sites that surrounded our Public Works campus. The site on the screen now, the picture on the screen shows everything north of 98th Street. And the sites indicated are, can folks see my arrow?
No, I don't believe we can see your cursor, John.
Okay, no worries. So starting counterclockwise from the red box to the left, just west of Public Works, there are 4 sites shown there. Public Works is in the middle. It has, it's labeled as the Public Works building. Of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sites, the 2 sites that don't work are yeah, the boat shop to the west. There.
Say, John, can we have you turn your camera off? We're getting bad signal right now.
Oh, sure. You bet. So the James Avenue 98th Street, that site also doesn't work because of the grades involved there. Among these sites, we did find a new site that is actually currently for sale adjacent to the salt shed. And we'll talk about that one in particular in just a moment. So then we also took a look at the Logan Avenue site across from Civic Plaza. And this site also works for placing the fleet facility on. There was also an on-site option. This was option number 8, where in gray is the existing Public Works building. In gold is the added fleet maintenance area. In green is a possible warm vehicle storage addition that we are not proposing as part of this project. The blue is a little bit of property we would need to acquire from the Royce property. And the purple is a parking ramp that would be needed because the gold area is over the existing employee parking. So this along with Logan are the two options that don't require significant property acquisition. As you can see, the parking ramp is about a $4.9 million add to the project. So looking at the costs of this project, the building itself is about $23 million. The original 2020 report used a May 2022 start. Our consultant recommended using a 7% escalator to move that to June of 2023. And that's a total project cost, not including property acquisition. So then we also have listed here the assessed property values. This isn't the acquisition price. This is just the assessed values for the sites surrounding the Public Works building. We also put on there the Logan Avenue site. That is assessed at a $5.42 million site, but only 2.2 of that is actually the land value. Felt it was important to give that price as a opportunity cost if we were to go there. The new site that is up for sale, adjacent to the salt shed down on 96th Street, that parcel is a little small, but it's significantly less expensive than these other sites. And so in the coming weeks, we'll be going back to HCM and asking them to analyze what it might look like to put the building there and what compromises would need to be made on the facility in order to make that happen. The schedule that we're working with tonight, we're meeting with council to introduce the project. In February through April, we're intending to work with Dan Wilson, property broker, to study the parcel, generate a report about their the sales, the relocation costs, so that we can give a very clear picture of what all of the ramifications are of our property decisions. And then we would come back in May to meet with the city council, hopefully to pick a site and authorize property acquisition if that is necessary. Then in November of 2021, we would like to be able to close on the property, which we don't know how much that'll be. Except for the new sites, they're all just shy of $4 million, plus there would be relocation costs. Then beginning in January of 2022, assuming that we have selected our property and acquired it, building design would begin, with construction commencing in probably June of 2023 and occupying the building in August of 2024. The next steps are to enter into a contract with the real estate agent, refine those property values, evaluate the new site and the other sites with relocation and property acquisition costs, report back to council with our site recommendation, and ask for direction. So with that, I would be happy to take any questions you may have. Mike Keim as well for technical questions regarding the fleet studies. And I turn it back over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford. Council questions? Thoughts, concerns on this? Anything? I see Councilmember Coulter. Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. I just wanted to clarify, you know, we had the service evaluation of fleet maintenance some time ago, and just wanted to sort of make this clear for the public that the plans for this garage reflect the results of that assessment, including the reduced size of the fleet and all of that, correct?
That is correct, Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you.
Council, additional questions? Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick questions here. Was there consideration of looking for an existing industrial building that would already, or maybe be closer and be able to be retrofitted similar to what was done with the existing building?
Councilmember Nelson, that's a great question. And one of the chief deficiencies in the building that we currently have is that it's not tall enough. And putting a tandem axle dump truck on a lift and getting it high enough is a real concern. And frankly, none of the buildings adjacent to Public Works have the correct height, sufficient height to do that. As we move away from the Public Works building itself, a lot of inefficiencies come into the process. So picking up the vehicle, driving it to the shop, and then returning it to the shop, instead of it being parked within a walking distance, now it's a driving distance, and having to take two personnel, one to pick up the vehicle and one to drive back the shuttle vehicle as well. And those inefficiencies rise pretty significantly quickly. That's one of the concerns that we have with the Logan site is the traffic signal there can add 30 seconds to a minute to every trip back and forth. And when you're making, I guess Mr. Keim, you'll have to say how many trips a day that is. But it actually adds up to a lot of inefficiency in there.
Sure, and I don't know the per day, but it's around 4,000 a year.
Well, I appreciate that information in terms of the logistics. I think in a similar vein, and maybe there was one of the plans that did this, but is it possible to split up the buildings in any way, have the smaller vehicles in the existing building, new facility nearby maybe that would do the larger vehicles? Would that be problematic from an efficiency standpoint? I assume maybe there's a lot of crossover with tools and equipment and things like that. So I'm just wondering if that's at all practical to look at it, and if that helps with that smaller site, if it was only needing to do part of the work.
In that vein, Councilmember Nelson, it may be possible to salvage part of the building for the smaller vehicle things, and add on for larger vehicle bays. That would be one of the analysis points on that site. And again, I think the biggest logistical issue is the parts delivery. And you want to have that centralized and close to the vehicles you're working on.
Okay, now I appreciate that. And one of the other things, just looking at the plans that I saw, is there was like a potential wash bay and a separate area for welding. Because those were fixed uses, if those were things that could be at a different location.
Yep.
Just throwing ideas out there that might work.
Yep.
Salvage as much as we can.
And Councilmember, if I could actually add, so we have taken the wash bay off of the project. We haven't taken it out of the cost yet, but because we're doing the wash bay renovation this year, because it basically fell apart before we could get this project going, we're revamping the existing wash bay, so there won't be a need for a new wash bay in this building.
And I would add on the welding bay that would have to be in proximity with wherever we're working on the large vehicles. There's quite a bit of welding that gets involved when you start working on the plow trucks.
Okay, I appreciate that insight. My last question is about the plan with the parking ramp. And I think I know the answer, but based on its location, would that be able to serve overflow parking for Civic Plaza? I know it's not right at a crossing. I don't think it would be right at a crossing, a controlled intersection. But I know that, I've been to the farmer's market and seen people parking over on that side of by Public Works and crossing the street. And I know some of the larger events in the Arts Center and things like that. Would there be additional benefit to the community of that?
That's a great point, council member. It actually could. And we could design pedestrian access to the crossing at Logan that would actually work very well for that.
And I would just jump in, Councilmember and Mr. Bradford. Yes, the lights at 98th and Logan, it would provide for a crossing area there. So yes, it could be used, I suppose, as overflow parking.
Okay.
Especially in the evenings and weekends. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you. So just a couple of questions about this this proposal. So I'm assuming that working with other cities to provide this service rather than building other ones would be met with logistical problems in terms of trying to try to utilize Richfield or Edina. I just wanted to confirm that was the case.
That is true, council member, and they don't have an adequate number of stalls or facilities in order to facilitate that, even if the logistics did work.
And then in terms of, these are huge equipment pieces in terms of the marketplace within Bloomington. Would there be other places we could outsource some of this garage type stuff out to?
I'll have to let Mr. Keim address that.
Sure. We already do outsource some of the jobs. With space being a limiting factor for us, we actually don't have enough space to hire enough technicians to keep abreast of what we have. The one thing about when you do outsource the jobs is you then become on their schedule. So we do have to kind of pick and choose what we outsource, in that it's not a job that has to be turned around quickly. That's really where our value proposition comes in, is when the plow trucks are out plowing at 5 a.m. and something breaks, we're there to fix it and get it back up so it's out on the road at 6 o'clock in the morning. We're not waiting a week for another shop to work it in their schedule and get it back to us.
Yeah, there's a cost associated with that, just the timing of it all. So have we looked at, in terms of trying to see if we could provide services for other folks if we make this larger? So partnering with school, other county, cities to provide services for those where we'd make money off of that?
Councilmember Lohman, we have not explored that venue. Frankly, it's getting it adequate for our own spaces. I think partnerships are always important, and that is definitely something we could explore. I'm not sure how amenable they would be to that, just given the same resource constraints and efficiencies. However, frankly, when the county is plowing in Woodbury, if they have an emergency and we can help the county, we certainly do. And in the same way, the county helps us when they can. We've got very good relationships with all of these folks, and it's a question to ask.
Yeah, I just wonder if that, in terms of from a long-term perspective, if we're looking at trying to cost share in some of these new buildings, if the county or the state or anybody, if they're trying to do these large type projects, we could work together with them to try to get a facility where we'd be able to partner with those folks, because I imagine they've got the same kind of constraints, and I'd like to see that, and I think that taxpayers would like to see that as well. the last thing I'd ask is that I know that one of the questions was asked when the current building was built, how long will that one last? When we look at the plans that we have before us for these, what do you expect the life expectancy to be of these type of buildings? And are we building these, for the future as opposed to a shorter window worth of time?
So, when I tend to look at these as minimum 50-year buildings. And, my assumption is that if we continue to maintain them the way we're supposed to and do all the sorts of major investments like roofs and stuff, that the buildings can go on, for 100 years without really any trouble, as long as we're keeping up on the maintenance of them. I think what happens is what we saw with this building is that the future increased the size of the vehicles by so much that it became a safety hazard. And that's the crystal ball that none of us really have, is what is the future of all of our vehicles, and what will they look like in 50 years. And so the most important thing you can do is to build these things with as much flexibility built into them so that you can adapt to the future. And we always try to do that as best we can.
So 2071, that's the question there, right? 50 years from now?
2073.
2073, yeah, you're right. 2073 when it's all said and done. So maybe all the vehicles will shrink by then. And what we got right now will work perfectly.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. Council, any additional questions? Seeing none, I appreciate you folks sticking with us and presenting this and bringing us up to date on this, and look forward as we continue to move this discussion forward. As Councilmember Lohman said, I think wherever we can find efficiencies on this without scrimping too much and sacrificing quality, I think it's definitely something that I know that the council will be looking for, I'll be looking for, and I'm sure our residents of Bloomington will be looking for as well. And so look forward to continuing this discussion. Thanks very much for being here this evening.
Thank you.
With that, and looking at the time here, we're headed to item 8.5, which is the revision of our 2021 legislative policy to include racial equity. And I think this reflects back to our earlier discussion about identifying race as a public health crisis. I believe Mr. Rudling is with us this evening. Shane, you always get the last spot on the agenda. I don't know how you always manage to do that, but you always here as late as anybody could possibly be. So thanks for sticking with us.
No problem, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for hearing us on adding a racial equity section to the city's legislative policy. And so with us tonight, we have Faith Jackson, our racial equity coordinator, and myself presenting this item. Relatively simple. Got 5 items in a new section going along with the item previously tonight, recognizing racism as a public health crisis, and adding these 5 items to the legislative policy. These items relatively closely mirror the work that Faith did with League of Minnesota Cities and helping them craft a section on racial equity in their legislative policies. And so they've been somewhat reformatted to fit with just the language in our legislative policy. So we'd be happy to take questions on this, but you can see that the 5 items are added into the policy, and again, we'd be happy to walk through those or take questions. We understand it's very late.
Thank you. And just for folks, I didn't see it on the screen here, so I think I'll just read right out of our staff report. We would add in our legislative policy document a new section called Racial Equity, and numbers 9 through 13 would read, support the recognition of racial inequities as a public health crisis. Number 10 would be support a state assessment of past racial harms. Number 11, support the continued development and addition of permanent state of Minnesota staff focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion to advance the work of racial equity. Number 12, actively review and amend existing statutory language to identify laws that contribute to racial inequities and consider racial equality impacts when crafting proposed legislation and policies. And number 13, support the state collecting and providing data disaggregated by race necessary for cities and the state to make informed decisions about how to address racial disparities. Just wanted to read those just so folks watching could get those and understand exactly what we're talking about here. Council, questions? Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any specific questions. I guess my only comment here is that, I'm supportive of doing this. I think this is fine. These points to me, perhaps intentionally, are rather general. There isn't a lot of reference to sort of specific legislative proposals. And so I guess just moving forward, if this is something that we're going to continue to see in our legislative policies, I'd like to see a little more specificity there in terms of like what specific policies or investments or whatever at the state level are we pushing to advance racial equity. And I know just off the top of my head, for example, that I think the Minnesota House, they established a committee on, I'm forgetting now because it's late. I think it was like a committee on systemic racism or something to that effect. And they released their recommendations as well. So that might be a place to start as well. But that's my only comment on this.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulter. Any other thoughts on this, Council? Ms. Jackson, anything to add on this?
Nothing to add, Mayor Bussey.
Thank you. Council, seeing no further questions or comments, this actually does require a vote, motion and a second to adopt the revised 2021 legislative policies. So I would look for that action now.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We've got a second. We've got a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Nelson to adopt the revised 2021 legislative policies as stated in the council packet. Any further discussion, Council? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Woolman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Again, thank you, Shane. Thank you, Faith, for sticking with us this late, and I'm glad we could get this included in our 2021 legislative policy. Thank you very much. Item 8.6 is our City Council policy and issue update. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I have nothing new to introduce to the council discussion this evening, but happy to answer any questions.
Council, any questions of Mr. Verbrugge at the end of the evening here? If not, does council have anything to bring forward for 8.6, our City Council policy and issue update? I am seeing no hands go up. So with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Councilmember Lohman.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Lohman to adjourn and a second by Councilmember Martin. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. We are adjourned. Thanks much for everybody for your work tonight. Thanks for your input from staff, from council, from members of the public. Greatly appreciated. Good meeting. Have a great rest of your week. We'll see you in February. Thanks.
Good night, folks.